Supposed to put it on.
Hard.
Pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let the roll call show everybody's present. Could I have everybody in the audience introduce themselves, please?
This will take us to 8 o'clock.
Where we start?
Right there.
Melissa Franklin.
Dylan Kojak.
Arnie Sweetor.
Mindy McKee.
Patty Collins.
Joe Britton, Dusty Britton, Bob Britton,
Jennifer Shannon. Wanda White. Ambrose Peters.
Tim Davis,
Christy Grana. Kevin Hurry.
Jeffrey Gee.
John Rowe,
Gary Wise.
Mike Norwood,
Jody Nine.
Jay Merritt,
Bud Boyle.
Annie Littlewell.
Rick Valentine,
Janine Weaver.
Ken Tuttle, Roger Baker, Cliff Harkey,
Tammy Harkey. Kathy Blair.
Mike Fletch, George Meitner, Rick
Marty Stocks.
Thank you. And we have who online, Chris?
Don Thacker, Jamie, Joe, Lisa, Angela, and LML.
Pretty good group. Appreciate everybody coming.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, please.
point of information, I'd like to inquire as to what the rules of order will be for tonight.
Can we get the mics on or something? It's hard to hear.
We don't have speakers.
Sure, you want me to yell?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to inquire as to what the rules of order will be for the meeting tonight, so that we don't have a meeting that lacks decorum, as in my view, the last meeting did.
If you come to, when someone in the audience is asked to speak, they will come and speak. They will be limited to 3 minutes. We will address what's on the agenda.
Yeah, what I'm inquiring about is, are we going to use Robert's Rules of Order for the rest of the meeting? What rules of order are we going to use tonight?
We have a rule of order by state statute that pretty much follows Robert rules on most instances, but it's same thing. We're going to ask for motions. We'll get seconds. How we've normally done it. If things get too crazy or whatever, we'll stop that down, but we'll try to keep this thing orderly.
Okay, thank you.
We're third reading for the amendment. Ordinance 1029, tobacco.
Ordinance 2021-001, an ordinance amending section 1029-1 AI, correction A1, and section 1029-5B of the Shoshoni Town Codes as previously read.
Can I have a motion to approve?
I so move.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and second. Do we have any further discussion? None being, all in favor to approve the third reading amendment ordinance 1029 tobacco, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Consent agenda. Has everybody had a chance to review the bills? Can I have a motion to approve?
I still move.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Are we making a motion to approve the consent agenda or the bills?
The bills, we
Okay.
separated them out.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on the bills?
I have a question on item 20049, Wind River Gallery frame collage or whatever it is. Is that coming out of COVID money or is it coming out of the general budget? Where is this money going to and what for Wind River Gallery?
For the framings for those and the other frames for the plaques on the town council.
Okay, so these frames and what else?
And the frames that were presented to on the presentation that was given for the previous council members, Jake Settler and Kathy Blair. As well as one frame that's for Amber Dye.
And that comes out of the general budget?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to know where we're spending that money at.
Yeah, we found that old picture of the school when they were building it in our safe, and we felt it ought to be out where the public can see it. That's that frame right there. Any other questions? None being, we have the approved bills for February 10th, February 23rd. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Everybody had a chance to review the minutes of the last meeting. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of February 9th, 2021?
I'd like to make some additions and corrections.
We can do that. We can also do that during discussion.
Okay. Also move that they be approved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and second. Any questions?
Okay,
Additions and corrections?
now I'm with you. Yeah, I have to notice that in the, for going into executive session, I didn't see the reason listed there. We might want to put that on there. It was for personnel, I believe.
Okay.
I think that's a
So
requirement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just speaking on.
We just
I
talked
think
about-
Some ears that have been on this plan just a touch longer than mine. We're having trouble back here. Sorry to give you guys grief.
You bet.
Somebody.
The motion was to add the reason for our executive session, because that's a requirement and it was just an oversight, I would imagine.
I don't mean, I'm not targeting you, I just can't hear anybody hardly.
Okay. What, so I'm nobody?
Any other additions, corrections?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I thought
Okay,
you were
thank you.
asking me. Just for clarity, for, so that people know what we're talking about. It was, in the minutes, it says that Dimick suggested the council focus on phase 3. And he didn't actually say phase 3. What Mike indicated was that he would prefer to see land inside of Shoshoni developed first. And he also mentioned looking at Maple Street. And I understand that phase 3 would be the infrastructure under, Maple
Maple
Street.
Street and the part on the eastern end.
right. So I just thought that it might add clarity if that were changed. I could be mistaken. Everybody might know what phase 3 is.
Any other corrections, additions, deletions?
Well, I have a point of inquiry. Mike Dimick abstained from voting twice. And we're required by state law, WS 15-106, to indicate how everybody voted. And at that time, the mayor didn't ask for abstentions, but it's on the video that he abstained from 2 motions, and I think that should be recorded.
Well, I probably didn't hear that,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah.
But it's,
Just so we have it.
but he did abstain. Mike, he
Twice.
did abstain.
So what I learned from it, so I didn't, Ron had asked me about that and I said, no, I didn't verbally say I abstained from the vote. And so he clarified that just because you don't verbally say abstain, so I did not vote on it, but I didn't bring it to anybody's attention either.
If you didn't vote on it, you may correct me on this, Ron, but if you didn't vote on it, it is considered an aye.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm reading in
I might be wrong. Could be just-
15-1-106, it requires that there be a record of how everyone voted.
No, but didn't, if you, I'll have to look that up. I believe if a council member is required to vote, mayor's required to vote. I believe if you do not vote or do not abstain, the vote is counted. I believe as an aye. It could be a nay, but there's, I've read so much of that stuff.
Sure.
But I remember that in part of my readings, I believe in state statutes.
No, I'm not questioning or how the vote was counted because the motion would have gone the way it did. All I know is that you are required, and there's no wiggle room whatsoever under state law to indicate how each person voted. And there's not, it is just a flat requirement.
Agreed.
Okay,
Yeah, I agree to that.
so, but I
But
don't
then for
remember which 2 motions it was.
But then for clarification, can we do it singly to be sure I hear?
Oh,
And
sure.
So
The mayor can do that.
can we do that
Sure
from
we
now on to
can.
be sure?
If I didn't hear anybody say nay, and that's
That's
it's all ayes.
I'm with you. I just want to keep us
I
out of
li-
trouble.
I listen, if I don't hear a nay, I may not hear us all say
Sure.
aye individually.
Yeah, I'm
But
not
if I don't hear
accusing,
a nay, I'm
I'm not accusing anybody of wrongdoing. I just
Sure.
don't want us to get us in trouble.
sure.
And then I have lots of them. One of them was in the language regarding the library, but I think that's now a moot point. Maybe Mike doesn't. But Mike's motion was to extend, well, actually, this isn't a moot point because it includes the hours of operation. His motion, and this is a quote, extend the hours of operation, parenthetically, the library, from 20 hours a week to 32 hours a week for the librarian.
It was not in there. I listened to that 4 times. And it said it at the very end, but at the very beginning, when he made that motion, it was for the library, not
Library.
the library.
I put it on super slow speed,
Okay,
did everything I could.
I will
Okay,
change
okay,
that.
okay, just put in there that he made the hours of operation from 20 hours a week to 32 hours a week.
To the library.
Yeah, that's all I just want to know that. And then as a point of information for myself, I would like to know what are the current hours for the library? Are they 32 hours a week?
Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 6 currently.
So that currently they are set at 32 hours per week.
Be 40.
40? Really, 40. By Wyoming state statute, you do not have the authority, period, to indicate hours. It's a budgetary item. and we'll address that later. Yeah, I'm being a weenie, I guess. I'm just trying to follow state law.
Well, I didn't do anything with the budget. It was already in the budget. I just repurposed personnel that's assigned to me under my supervision to the library is all I did. So I didn't do anything that affected the budget in any way whatsoever.
Okay, fine. But what was the motion? 32 hours. We'll discuss that perhaps in a future meeting. And then I also noticed that the minutes indicated that the employee job descriptions are complete. What Joel actually said is, I see no need for discussion, post them. The clerk replied, they are already posted. Those job descriptions include wages and wage salary ranges that were never approved by the governing body. So I would like the minutes to show that the mayor asked for the minutes to be posted with no discussion.
The minutes to be posted. I'm not sure what you're referring to by the minutes.
I'm referring to, it said that the descriptions were complete and that they were posted, okay? And what I'm saying is that Joel said, I see no need for discussion, post them. And you replied, they are already posted. And I'll be frank, I did not object to that because I could not figure out a way with my vapor locked brain to do that without being in violations of an ethics clause.
Did we?
Do those
did we
job
not
descriptions include salaries, yes or no?
They include salary ranges, yes.
vote Salary ranges.
And they were not approved by the town council.
They're ranges, they're not.
There's nobody getting paid over any wages that has been approved.
I don't care. We have a job description on there that is indicating a starting pay that was never approved and a salary range that was never approved.
The starting pay is the low end of all the salary ranges that were posted.
There's nobody getting paid.
You have a range in there.
There's nobody getting paid over what has been approved in a budget already. Correct?
Correct.
So I'm just beating a dead horse here.
There's nobody getting paid.
And I can't
more.
go into the executive minutes, but it was discussed in there too.
Pardon me?
I said I can't go into the executive session, but
That's what I'm referring to.
we're talking about.
But we
executive
can't.
session.
We can't discuss that.
The
Without a
important
court
thing,
order.
nobody's getting paid over what's authorized in our budget that the council has approved.
Okay. Did the governing body approve the job descriptions?
They were posted.
That's right. They were posted without
I
approval.
can't talk about it, so I can't answer the question. So
Are you asking that they be executive session be public now, or what's, I guess I don't understand that.
What I'm saying, Jordan,
I'm
is,
just trying to understand.
well, actually, the mayor has to give you the floor to ask.
Go ahead and Jordan, please.
Jordan Whitener, I'm just trying to figure out your directive, your meaning of what you're trying to get to the bottom of, because I'm not understanding. I could speak for probably everybody here. They're not understanding either.
Okay, here's what I'm saying. Wyoming state law gives the authority to develop job descriptions to the governing body. They also give the authority, you with me so far?
Right. So you're saying the council has the authority to make the job description for each job that's
Yes,
within the city.
we have
or
that
town.
authority. And we're
Okay.
the only ones that the governing body, not the council, the governing body.
So go elaborate for some of those that don't understand what that means.
The governing body is the 4 council people and the mayor. That's the governing body. Okay, and we set salaries and job descriptions. Okay,
Agreed.
those job descriptions were posted weeks ago without our knowledge. And we didn't approve them.
This council didn't approve them, but could the previous council have approved them?
No, sir.
Okay.
And I believe that in one of the salary ranges, there is a possibility that I'd have to look again, that the beginning pay is more, and it's been posted as if we approved it, is more than the current pay for that position.
You're referring to the water operator position.
Could be, but
That's
the
only
point
one.
is we didn't approve the salary, approve the job descriptions. That's the point, and I feel like I'm beating the dead horse, so that's a motion, I have a motion later on for that issue.
I can't discuss or talk about
That's
it.
probably something we need to talk about in executive session.
No, we don't.
Okay, and we don't.
It's a job description, but I mean, if you want to if you want to entertain a motion to do that, we can debate that and decide if we do. I'm kind of, well, I don't want to get over it, but this council needs to be transparent. And going back there for 8 or 9 executive sessions for real estate, when the only reason under statutory law that you can go back there is if you want to pick a site and that information about that site can be kept
I'm stepping away from the podium. We're on another.
private so that the amount doesn't go up. But I'll address those later.
Well, I think we're
Because
gonna
we're
have to
using
review
Robert's
some,
rules.
have to review some of these minutes to
Yeah.
address some of these accusations.
They're not accusations, they're corrections.
Or corrections, whatever they may be. But you're not entirely correct on what you can go for executive session on.
Pardon me?
I said you're not entirely correct on executive session on real estate. If there's any chance that you feel that if you're negotiating for real estate, if it can drive prices of land up.
That's
or
what I just
prices
stated.
down, you can, okay.
That's what, yeah, just pick a site. Yeah, that's what, but according, you said we were using.
And talk about negotiation of that site and of that property.
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
and that's what was done in executive session.
Well, I didn't say it wasn't.
Okay, well, then you indicated that it wasn't being done correctly, and it was.
No, that was to say that we need to
Personnel issues.
debate it. Yeah, let's move on.
and
Because
personnel-
people
okay,
think I'm just stirring
I
a turd
understand,
here, and I'm
okay.
not. Yeah, that's all I have, other than I was wondering, as far as adopting an agenda, I tried to get some things on the agenda, perhaps not in a timely fashion, and I'm wondering if we just want to add them to the agenda now or just bring them up in new business. Either one's, I'm fine with either one.
What you're saying, you want to amend the agenda.
Yeah, or we can just bring it up in new business, either one.
Are these actionable items?
Yes, they are.
I believe an actionable item needs to be brought in, and we can discuss things, but I don't know if we can take action on it.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Last week, we did an action under when the maintenance director gave a report to change from 75,000, from 60 to $75,000 for a road grader. That was under his report time. Is that correct? And so I'm seeing a conflict of procedure here then. And now you're saying we can't? I mean, it's like,
Well,
I'm confused on the rules we're following.
well, it's been after last week, you can all say sort of got out of hand. Trying to prevent that from happening again.
That's why I asked if you're using Robert Rules of Order, because Robert Rules of Order absolutely states unequivocally that if I want to bring up new business, that I have the right to do that and it cannot be denied.
I believe you can, but can it be an actionable item?
Yes.
Robert's, most of the state statutes follows pretty much by Robert's rule. There's some exceptions.
Wyoming
And
states,
Robert rules even says, if you follow Robert's rules, if there's a higher authority, that the higher authority rules.
well, as a point of information to you, and I believe maybe that's incorrect, Wyoming state statute requires that each municipality develops their own rules of order and does not specify the rules of order that you follow. There is no mention in there requiring any organization within this state to follow Robert Rules of Order.
No, but they encourage you to. And there again, the state statutes, there's things that there's disagreements on, that you follow the state statutes. And
Okay.
Robert's rules.
So I'll be allowed to bring up those under new business, but you may refuse to take action on those?
Well, if it's something we can take action on, bring them up.
In order of transparency, we've asked you guys how many times to speak up. Nobody can hear you.
I'm
Okay,
yelling.
Please.
Not you either, Ron. I can't hear you from here.
Well, I'm supposed to address the mayor,
Yeah.
but I'll be happy to turn and address the audience. I will do that with your permission, Mr. Mayor.
Please do.
Bo and I haven't said anything all meeting, in case you wondered.
I heard you.
And now I'm the only one. Blew it. Way to go.
So would you like to amend the agenda, or I can just bring them up?
I'd like for you
during
to
new
amend
business?
the agenda.
Pardon
I'd
me?
like to vote on amend the agenda.
So would you like me to make a motion to amend the agenda?
Yes.
So moved.
What the amendments?
One of these already somehow or another got out in the community, but that's okay. I would like to discuss whether or not the town wants to continue with the combined position of town clerk and chief of police. I would like to add that to the agenda. Let me know when you're ready, Kathy.
I'm right.
Oh, okay. I don't want to outrun your shorthand. I would like to amend the agenda to once again address and get some closure on board and committee appointments.
Okay.
And I would like to, I know we've already addressed it, but I intend to make a motion regarding job descriptions.
Okay, the first one, and that's if I'm following straight, yeah, talking about the combined taking a position.
Yeah, whether or not we want to continue with that.
Uh, That may be a personnel issue because you would be, what's your understanding of the position right now? What's your understanding we have?
Well, what I want to do is I'll make a motion. And then if you want the discussion to go in executive session, then you can do that.
Okay, that I can live with.
You guys are probably ready to move on.
Well, I'm waiting to, I need to also clarify, I don't know, are we finished with the minutes?
I don't think we voted on it yet.
So
Talking about minutes.
there's some corrections I'd like to make.
Okay, okay. Yeah, we didn't vote on the minutes, Ron.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
Okay,
out of
so that's
order.
where I'm at.
Okay,
I apologize.
It should be noted that during the discussion of the mayor's report, Mike Demick called for the vote on the dismissal of the town attorney. That is left out. On the last page of my notes, it says, "Zent reminded council there was a motion on the floor. I did not call for the vote. I reminded the council there was a motion and it was called. But that, no place in the minute shows that Mike made that call. Under roundtable.
Oh.
Last page.
Oh, yeah, because I wondered if we could even do that.
Yeah, you wondered if we could do that.
Yeah,
My
okay.
response was, hey, we did it during Buddy's report on road grader. And it was accepted. So I'm just following as we were operating earlier. Correct?
Point of information, if I might ask.
Yes.
Mold. Oh, I'm supposed to turn this way. Are you asking to amend something that's in there or to add to?
Add to.
Oh, okay,
Add to.
I'll quit looking.
That's all.
okay, it's been moved that we make corrections to the minutes.
There's no vote or anything yet.
We've been moving second then? No?
No. Oh, approval of minutes, yes, it has been.
That's what,
Ron and Bev,
so
sorry.
we're in discussion.
Mhm.
So it's been moved. Any further discussion? None being, we'll make correction to the minutes as mentioned.
Mhm.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Now, Ron, amend the agenda.
So I move to amend the agenda. So that's what you're saying? And then-
Yes.
Okay. Kathy, you already got those 3 items, didn't you?
Mhm.
Moved as mentioned. Have a second.
Second.
Moved and second. Any further discussion?
Oh, gosh, I left one item off.
Further discussion?
I was going to bring it up because it doesn't need to be on the, I would like, or will be later on, and I'm not sure exactly how to do it other than it's allowed under statutory law. I'd like to request a special meeting workshop And I don't know where that would go in there.
Two councilmen can request a special meeting. You request it from the mayor in writing to me pretty much anytime you would like. You can request a special meeting. It takes two councilmen to do that. And we can do that.
Sure. Now there's what's allowed under title. There's items allowed under Title 16, and there's Titles 15. And 15 says that even one councilman can bring up a request or set a date for another meeting, and it can be approved. It has to be approved by the entire council. That's in Title 15. And I'm asking to add that pursuant to Title 15 onto the agenda tonight, or I can just make it out of the blue at any time, because Robert's Rules of Order will allow me to request to set the time and date for our next meeting,
For a special meeting.
for our next meeting. It says
No,
the
no.
next meeting.
By our statute, our meetings are set our meetings are set by state
Yeah.
statute.
So this is a special meeting.
So it would be a special meeting.
Which
if
is a
it's not-
workshop.
Not on the date that we have our normal meetings, because by state statute, we set those. We being the governing body,
Okay.
and they gotta be there like we do our second and fourth
Okay.
Tuesday.
So what I would like to do is to make that motion, and I will make it. And then you can refuse,
no,
then you
I-
can
you-
refuse to
you-
hear it
No,
if
you
you
can
want.
do it. I'm just saying
Okay.
you didn't have to do it here. You could have just requested.
Well, under Title 15, I have to do it.
Okay.
So can we add that in there?
Sure.
Okay. Now I'm finished.
Okay.
Everybody's about
So there
time.
was 4 items. These all going to be added to new business?
Mhm. Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Yes.
We're done with consent agenda. We have no permits. Appearances, Amber Peters.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Mayor, before we go on, I would like to add something under new business as well.
Excuse me, Ambrose.
I don't like that. Excuse me.
I would like to add.
Oh, we didn't vote on that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's why. I'm
Okay, good
surprised.
enough.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion under new business to
Okay.
add advertising for a librarian.
Okay. We can add that.
You got a job description and a salary or a wage with that right now?
No, right now, there's,
Out of the way? Well, it's not executive or was it open? Yeah. That was a big. Just so next meeting, we don't have to circle our tail here and come back and
Sure.
do this all over again and just keep
Right.
stoking the fire. Because I mean, it really looks like a pissing match.
Yeah. We're going to address that shortly.
Tit for tat. I mean, it's
Yep.
Point of information for you would be, I believe there's a pre-existing one, whether there's a brand new one or not.
Okay, before we had a motion to approve the agenda as mentioned from Ron, Zint seconded, and we never finished that one.
No, that's still, he's still on the
Okay.
amended agenda.
So-
We're still on it. We haven't voted
Okay,
and we're in discussion.
got it.
Okay, so that's.
Okay.
Any more additions, amended agenda? Okay. No further discussion. All in favor on the amended agenda? There's 5 items, all move to new business. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mike, did you say aye? Okay. Unanimous. Everybody said aye. Now Ambrose, please. Sorry about that.
Hello, Mayor and Council. As most of you know, my name is Ambrose Peters. Tonight, I'm here representing Shoshoni's People Advocating Library Services, or PALS. Over the last year, since 2013, PALS has acquired property, then we've placed it in the library to assist the functions of the facility. Currently, with the different changes being made in the library, we feel it's important to come before the council and clarify the various different parts of the property that we have placed in existence. At this time, as far as we estimate, probably about 40% of the books are currently owned by PALS. With that being said, that's why we don't want to remove those items, because the whole mission of PALS is to help support the library. But we wanted just to make sure and clarify that those items are ours. And if something were to come up and happen, that we would want those items back, that it wouldn't be lumped into a sale or given away, those types of things that way. I have all the various receipts for each of those items as well. I have the list as far as, we have a list of items that we are needing access to right now, at the earliest convenience, just so that we can continue to offer various different programs, and we would need those items that way. So I have that list, and then I have a list. The other items, as far as the refrigerator, books, things like that, we would entertain and see if you would entertain entering into an MOU. So then that does protect those items, that then the library can be in use of it. But if something were to happen, we would receive those items back.
I understand none of these was given to the library.
It was in PALS. We are, providing use of it. We didn't ever have any type of MOU or any type of agreement in place. It was these items we purchased. We never said donated to the library or the town or any of those things that way.
So there was never, I was under the assumption that PALS donated everything to the library for the good of the library.
For the use of the library, correct. But not as far as transferring ownership, I should say.
Jordan.
Question, Ambrose.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, clarification for
Yeah.
everyone in the audience. Was that money ever grant money?
There are some of them that is grant money, and others that with,
And then the other question I have is before I interrupt you is, was that donation money from the people as well?
I would have to say the donation side of things is a lot smaller, very minuscule, as far as within the raffles and things that way that we've raised for
So
that.
It was raised money.
Mhm.
So it wasn't in fact PALS started with an account that was.
No,
put together.
PALS started with a 0 account balance, and then within fundraising, those things provided and said, hey, for our budget, we want to be able to provide books. If there's somebody that comes in and says, hey, I'm really interested in reading about this, and the library didn't have it, that was something that PALS then purchased.
I just was wondering where your money came for the items.
Raffles would be like the biggest
raffles and you did say some grants. were in there.
Some, I'd have to look as far as the
So do you have
exact.
documentation of what you've taken off of raffles and grants?
Absolutely.
And also, I mentioned that you also have your own, 301c.
Yes.
Well, I'm not
No.
questioning that. I'm just wondering if the money came to the people. That's all I'm asking. And what she clarified is it either came from the people, so in turn, the people paid for the items you're talking about.
Well, they didn't pay for it specifically because we as a group
You allocated the money for
Mhm.
those items.
Yeah.
In
So we
turn,
fundraises specifically for providing
Which
those.
allows you, but that doesn't dictate that it's PAL's item, it's still the people's item. But on that regard,
Mm.
I will buy, out of my own pocket, I will donate a fridge to the library.
No, that's something that we want to keep in the library. That is on the list as far as MOU items, that if something were to happen with the library, those items would be returned to PALS. We have no interest in having a fridge.
Does this, oh, I'm sorry.
I was just trying to clarify.
Does this mean that PALS would initiate the MOU for signatures by whoever is designated or authorized to sign those agreements?
That, yeah, I mean, that's if the town would entertain those things, that's what we would, that's our whole mission.
So
Is
it'd
to
be
keep
between
those.
PALS and the city of Shoshone?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, that sounds.
So here is the list. I have the stack of receipts for the various items. There are different columns as far as the items we would like, at the earliest convenience, and then the ones we would entertain an MOU on that way.
You said there's a lot of books there too?
I've got the stack of receipts as far as the various different items.
Okay, I was always under the impression that PALS donated that to the library, but if that's not the case, so be it.
Amber's do the books say property of PALS in the computer and on the book?
They do. So in the computer system, they are listed in there.
Oh, okay,
And in the books themselves, they're listed that way.
okay. Yeah, I know we've already had some books removed.
That's what.
We've already had some PALS books removed, quite a few of them.
There shouldn't be PALS books that have been removed at this point.
There has been.
As far as
Pardon?
a book that
Books.
from a PAL with a PALS member removing them, or somebody in the community taking them back. Because within our PALS group, we don't want, that's not what we want to do. And
Amber,
there should
let me clarify this.
Okay.
Before this happened, my father donated to PALS
Okay.
I can't give you the exact number, over 100 Lululemore leather-bound books.
Okay.
When he found out what was happening, he requested his books back.
Okay.
My wife and I went to the library and we picked up his books upon his request because they did not belong to the library.
Okay.
And we did not know what was going to happen to them.
Okay. Now that makes sense now.
Does that,
That clarifies, because I was like, that
Yeah,
should, okay.
over 100 books, close to 100, I can't give you exact number.
Okay.
I mean, he has the record someplace.
But those should be the only books that have been removed
As
at
far
this
as,
point
I cannot answer anything else
Okay.
after that.
on that one. Okay.
But them were PALS books.
The Louis L'Amour ones.
Yes,
you're-
Yes, they were.
They were PALS books, so under the assumption that PALS would authorize the removal of those books.
No, this was before
This-
PALS did any actions at all. Before they had any meeting.
Okay,
So is there any form of documentation that says the library borrowed the books?
That's what I'm about to ask.
Owned the library?
That's what I want to ask.
Because if they weren't, then they were stolen from the library. Because it was the library's books.
No, they were PALS books,
Yeah.
But shouldn't Powell's been the one to get them?
Are you an advocate for PALs, Mr. Zip? Okay. Was the rest of PALs aware of the situation? I take it as no.
Depends on which person you talk to. I cannot answer that.
Well, transparency is key in every.
But
We were
we'll
made aware
move on.
last
We'll
night.
move
Last
on.
night.
Yeah, I just want to ask for clarification from Bob.
Yeah,
That's all.
we'll move on.
Okay,
Uh,
can I ask him as a point of information?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Make it short.
Yeah, I am.
That's her list.
Bob, you said were they donated or were they loaned?
They were low.
Okay, you said donated, so I wanted to clarify. Okay,
They're my father's books. They were low.
they were loaned. They weren't donated. Thank you.
Speak up, Ron. We can't hear you.
No, I asked Bob if the books were donated or if they were loaned. Because of course, if they were donated, they were property of the library. If they were loaned,
That's what he had said. That's why I got
Yeah.
fired up.
yeah, he clarified that they were loaned.
But the indication of the book said they were
Yeah.
property pals.
Well, you're the
Yeah.
mayor, you're gonna end up writing an MOU anyway, so.
So anyway, but
Hang on. Bob, you successfully made the library a community issue stating the service it provides. Yet the services have expanded, and now you are removing items donated to the library. It seems to me you only view the library as a self-fulfilling item to rile citizens' emotions and had nothing actually to do with the services the library could provide. If you truly meant what you have been saying, you would be in support of offering more services to many who currently have no reason to go to the library. Yet you are now removing items.
First of all, I made an amendment today to advertise for a librarian. Is that not support?
Is removing books?
Well, thing is, I did not know what was going to happen to the library when, we were told the librarian was fired, dismissed, whatever term you want to use.
Use your teacher voice.
Thank you. And I had no idea what was going to happen to my father's books.
How long ago did your dad donate them, if you don't mind me asking?
Didn't donate.
I want to say August of 2018.
2018, okay.
no, it was very generous of him. Those are great books.
But he didn't donate them, right?
They were low.
Okay.
Yeah, they were given to Pels to use, and he wanted to keep ownership of them if anything happened.
Okay, we'll move on. Thank you for the clarification. We have want to touch on one other thing, pals. We got a can in the library that says donations for the library. Didn't say donations for pals on it. It's a donation for the library.
Okay.
There's money removed from that can.
Ooh.
As saying it was pals money. Might have been a couple bucks, but it's, the library isn't going anywhere. I hope PAL still supports the library.
We do.
But we're supporting the library.
We do that. We would love to be able to continue operating as is,
Okay.
but we would need access to that list, the right side list of items, just so we can.
Sure, if there's things that PAL owns, we'll be glad to take care of that. Appreciate that. You're supporting future support of the
Oh,
library.
absolutely.
We're trying to help the library.
No, we agree that the library is an
Okay.
important part. So.
And thanks for clearing that up because we didn't know what was going on with, we were told the refrigerator, there's computers, refrigerators, other stuff going to be removed. I believe there was other things removed there that was said was PALs.
There is still quite an extensive
Okay.
list that
Okay.
way that we would like at this time, just so we can continue to put those events on.
Somewhere else other than the library.
At this point, we don't know.
Okay.
There's so much up in the air.
Okay.
Is there, a full-time librarian that we can coordinate with,
Okay.
those types of things. So at this point, we
Okay.
feel it's best for us to be able to have them
Okay.
so we can,
Well,
as
we'll
far
try to
as,
work
we don't have
together.
keys to the library.
Yeah, we'll try to work together.
So that's
Okay.
where our purpose behind that is.
You're next, please.
Dylan Kojai.
Yes, Bill.
So I have a question for Bob. Are these the books that is this the book that was loaned out? One of them books.
It appears to be, I can't tell the title of it, so I know the library had some duplicate copies at one time of the same ones my father had. And I do not know if those.
Okay. Well, this one has the date of August 11th, 2018 with the
Okay.
PAL stamp on it.
Okay, that sounds appropriate.
Okay. So,
So was I correct in saying up to 18? 2018?
yeah, but does that mean it was donated there or was it?
It was on loan at that time when I gave them.
Okay.
For use at that time.
Okay, perfect.
Please, Mindy, you're next.
You answered the question when I was asking about there being a librarian up there right now, an actual full-time librarian filling the position.
Yes.
From what I understand, it's just a temporary person filling in until librarians.
The librarian position at present is a temporary position, not a full-time position.
Is the person that's working in the library temporary right now? Or is there going to be a different person as a temporary librarian?
Is it part-time or temporary? Or is it both?
It's both. Is there the person that's working there now, is she the actual librarian from here on out? Or are you going to be looking to hire somebody new?
Okay, so she is currently a town employee and she's filling in right now.
Filling in.
And then going down the route, advertise the position, we'll go from there, but she's keeping the library running, so it's open to the public and people can come check books out and things like that.
And she may in fact become the library. Any more?
George Lang had his hand up.
There's none.
Okay, that's okay.
Mindy, your turn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and guests. My name is Mindy McKee with Hopper Disposal. Hopper Disposal is a locally owned and operated business that has been serving Fremont County since 2013. We believe in fair pricing and superior service. Two options have been prepared for the current garbage service needs. The first option, 1 6-yard dumpster for the maintenance yard, emptied weekly for $200 a month, and 3 2-yard dumpsters at the senior housing, emptied weekly for $210 per month, a total of $410. The second option is 1 6-yard dumpster for the maintenance yard, emptied weekly for $200 per month, and 12 96-gallon carts placed near the rear door for each unit at senior housing for $240 per month, a total of $440. Option 1 is similar to what you have now, while option 2 is more personalized for the people living at senior housing. They would not have to haul their garbage through snow, mud, nor would they have to lift the bags into the dumpsters. They would have the convenience of opening their back door and dropping it in the cart. The carts would be emptied weekly, and we would do all the moving of the carts. Based on communication with some residents, this would be the preferred option. Garbage collection would be done on Thursdays during normal business hours. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Anybody have any questions from the council? Thank you. I don't have any. Oh, I have a question from the audience. Mindy, excuse me.
If we're done with that, I'd like to ask a question.
Pertaining to what?
I'd like the question
we can't do that at this time.
Thank you, Mindy.
If there's unfinished business position clarification of town attorney, I have been unable at this time to get clarification as requested. Been told I will have it before our next council meeting. I've reached out to multiple attorneys. I don't believe it's as simple a question as either you or I thought, Ron.
Yeah, that's why we needed to get, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm with
so anyway, I have no answer to that. Perry stepped away from that. He said that's, because now it's directly addressing him. So he stepped away from that totally, because it's not just talking a position, it's talking him. So he stepped away from that.
Conflict of interest.
Yeah, he stepped away from that. Like he said, it's directly affecting him now, not just talking about a generalization. So, yep. So anyway, I'm seeking advice.
Can we suspend the rules so that I may address that, just to make a comment? I just want to make a comment regarding that.
Go ahead. It's not, you were talking about it, so go ahead.
Yeah.
Speak up.
Okay, yeah, we're talking about getting a ruling as to whether or not who's bailiwick the appointment of the town attorney, where that belongs, or to dismiss the town attorney. Okay, and I've kind of asked to suspend the rules so that I can ask a question for transparency of Mr. Zent. Okay, because Mr. Zent has a motion pending on the floor. Okay.
What's the motion, just so everybody understands?
The motion that was pending on the floor was to dismiss the town attorney.
Okay.
Okay. Bob.
Yes.
For the interest of total transparency and to try to resolve this on a lower level, would you be willing to withdraw that motion, and then if things don't work out, say in a month, make it again? Would you be willing to do that? Or at least table it for 2 months or whatever?
I've already said whatever the ruling is, I'll follow the rule.
Yeah, we don't have one though.
Yeah, I know, whatever it is,
Yeah.
but one way or the other, I
Yeah,
will
that's-
follow it.
Yeah, so I mean,
I'll
you know,
follow.
because we gave, in fact, I was the one that suggested that, to give Joel a chance to do that. So can we table that until he has that ruling or whatever, or for a month or something?
I will amend my motion, if that is possible, and say, and just put this topic of town attorney on the first meeting in March, on our business meeting in March. That's 2 weeks. Joel said he would have an answer sometime with that.
Yeah, I anticipate to have an answer.
Okay.
Oh,
It's hard to get,
If not, then it'll be back on the table and we can vote on it that time.
okay, so you're willing to table it?
Table it for 2 weeks till the first meeting in March, which would be March 9th, if I'm correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does that give enough time for you, Joel?
From what I've heard from the attorney, yes.
Okay.
But
Can he
they've been
do that?
awful, they've been awful busy,
Yeah.
and and it's not just not as simple as I thought or
Yeah.
you thought. So,
Does my answer satisfy you? Table it for 2 weeks? Till
Yes, it
not 2 weeks.
does.
I'm going to say 2 weeks. I'll say, well, it'll be exactly 2 weeks.
It's my understanding is since we suspended the rules for that, then we can second that motion and vote on it? Or what do we do here? I'm not sure.
So I will.
if it's a motion to table it, yes, you gotta vote on it.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Yes, you gotta vote on it.
Are you looking for a second?
Yeah, need a second. It's just like if you're making a minute,
Okay,
making a
I'll
amendment.
second that.
All in favor to table the discussion about the position clarification of the town attorney of Shoshoni to the first meeting in March? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed.
I have no idea where we were.
New business. We got
Oh.
quite a bit of new business.
Sorry to interrupt, but getting some messages with the agenda nobody can see. On the online. Just saying, that was the messages I got.
Oh, some screen sharing. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
I see.
Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you.
Okay, we had, how many, Kathy, how many do we have on the?
Five total.
Yeah.
5 total? What's the first one?
Ron, what's the first one?
Well, I forgot to do that. I was,
I believe it was the separation of town clerk or discussion. of
Yep.
town clerk.
Yeah.
That is-
well, what I would like to do is, here again, is in Robert's rules is to ask to suspend the rules long enough to move the one about the requesting a workshop
Special
to be number one. I'd like to try to move that to number one, and then also according to Robert's rules, I'd like to have the opportunity to be the first person to address that motion in favor of that motion. That's what I'd like to do. I don't know if that has to be a motion or if the mayor can say okey dokey, I don't know.
I guess, is there any reason for the order?
Yes, there is a reason for the order. There's a reason for me asking to put that as the first item.
So you just want the special meeting as the first one,
Yeah, it's the first item to discuss.
and then go down the rest as presented.
Yes, sir.
So the second would be the position.
Speak up. I keep saying I'll look this way.
Chrissy needs to too. The mic's not working?
Okay.
The microphones are only for
The
the audio
computer.
on the computers. They don't actually amplify out for a speaker box. So I'll try and speak much louder. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Chris, combined position.
Number 2.
Community,
No, yeah, the first one. Oh,
community
go ahead.
appointments, job description.
If we were, Ron, you got the Robert's Rules book out in front of you, I guess.
No, I don't.
But I guess we already made a motion and approved I guess maybe we didn't approve an order.
Well, no, what I'm doing is asking the order for that to be number one. And then have the first opportunity to address that. And I'll tell you why. If that's number one and it passes, I'm going to withdraw 2 other motions.
For expediency, I think we can do that.
Yeah.
Anybody disagree?
I wrote the thing down somewhere. So anyway, when you're ready, I can.
So we need to talk about the motion for, what do you want to speak about first?
Yeah, I was going to make a motion
Okay, go ahead, please do.
in order to get it on the floor.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
And a smart person would have written this down. Okay, okay, the motion's pretty simple. I'd like to make a motion, I didn't write it down, for to introduce, to make a motion to have a work session, a special meeting, and that has to be approved by the town council. So anyway, that's all the motion is I just want to, I'll just keep it that simple. It was more of a motion than that. Just to make a motion to,
What's a special meeting for?
what's it for?
Can't say what you're having the special meeting of what
Is it
subject.
a secret?
Actually, you can. What you're talking about is, well, anyway, okay,
Secret meeting. Gotcha.
it's not going to be a super secret meeting. Because I'm gonna, okay, you want to know what it's for? Primarily for the purpose of discussing adoption of Robert's Rules of Orders and for coming up with a strategy to resolve all conflict at the lowest possible level. That's what it's for.
To adopt,
Elaborate, please.
to adopt Robert's rules, I believe that has to be a resolution and go through 3 readings.
Yeah, or I've already, yeah, you're right. So we can leave that out because I've already asked the clerk to formulate an ordinance for that.
Okay, I mean, because that's an ordinance.
So let's just say it's to work, have a workshop to work on a strategy to resolve all of these issues at the lowest possible level with some degree of decorum, so that we don't have what appears to be, no, I won't say that because that's in the form of a motion.
You need a mediator for that.
See, my understanding that the council does not need to approve a special meeting. We can request a special meeting. The mayor can request a special meeting whenever he wants to, basically.
Yeah, I'd sure like to.
I'll show it to you.
Okay, so I mean, so we can have a special
We
meeting.
can, I'm all for a special meeting. You want to have one. I've missed
Okay.
the rules and I
Okay.
haven't read that in the right section, but I want to follow the state statute on that. Yes.
Man, the problem is
This is chapter 5 from the WAM handbook, 2018 edition, page 1, chapter 5. It states, special meetings may be called by the majority of the qualified members of the governing body or by the presiding officer of that body by giving notice to each member of the governing body and to each newspaper of general circulation, radio or television station
Sure.
requesting such notice. The notice must state
Correct.
time, place, and business to be transacted. No other business can be considered at a special meeting. Now, this is section 15-1-105, the state code, or in 16-4-404B. Now, instead of having that as an ordinance, we can adopt a policy that does not have to be written as an ordinance and say, this is our procedure. We have a policy for employees.
yes, I'm
So I'm saying this is our policy that we follow versus a written ordinance.
Okay, the state statute says that
Has written
collectively,
ordinance.
if we vote on having a meeting, that we can have one.
Yes,
That's what I want to bring up. That's why I want to make the motion to have the special meeting, so that we can vote on it, because that's what the statute says.
right. So you have to state the reason though. It says
Yeah, I just
business
did. It's for a workshop
okay.
to develop a strategy and it will be open to the public,
Yes.
because it's, yes.
Yeah, they're open to the public. It's a public meeting. Open meeting rules apply to special meetings. There are 2 ways, special meetings and emergency meetings. Special meetings, I think, 24-hour notice. Is that correct, Bob? You're reading it out of the book?
It does not say in this, I have, well, let me keep on reading. I'll get
I
back
didn't
to you.
bring the
Pretty sure it
state,
does.
I didn't bring the state statutes with me. I think the cleanest way to do it is for me to just make the motion to have a special meeting for whatever purpose.
We
at
can
such
do
date,
that. You
Get a
don't have
second
to.
on it and then discuss it. I think is the cleanest way. I really do.
Okay, we can do that. You don't have to, so I'm telling you.
Well,
Second.
Okay, move and second that we have a special meeting. What date?
March 2nd, 7 PM.
March 2nd, 7 PM. That's on a Tuesday. Oh. March 2nd is on a Tuesday, correct?
Yeah, so we just kind of keep everything on Tuesdays.
So it's been moved and second, we have a special meeting March 2nd. 2021, at what time?
7.
7 PM. Where at?
Good point. Right here,
Right here at Shoshoni
Town Hall.
Town Hall. The subject will be,
Develop a strategy for
Make me-
solving conflict at the lowest possible level, or,
okay. Have a second.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? None being, all say favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passed unanimously. Okay, what's next? Next.
well, we
one.
need to have discussion on that.
We do.
Or I asked for discussion.
I didn't
I'm
hear
sorry.
that.
Yeah, I did ask for discussion. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Can we back up a notch? Okay, I'll do it in the round table.
yeah,
You've agreed to have the meeting.
yes,
I will withdraw from the agenda
okay,
the item that I asked about as far as job descriptions.
yep,
I'll withdraw that. And I'll withdraw any discussion regarding board and committee appointments.
okay. What do we have left, Ron?
Oh, I'd like to make a motion as far as the combined position.
To me, I don't know how we can discuss that with, that sounds like a personnel matter.
Sure.
I said, I think we need to discuss in executive session. It would be my opinion. Can I have a motion to go in executive session to discuss personnel matters?
Can the audience have a moment before you do such?
Do you want it in
Not
executive
yet.
session?
Pardon me?
Do you want it in an executive session? Is that where you feel the discussion needs to go?
I personally do not see, it because executive sessions tell you what you can go in executive session for, but it doesn't mean you have to go, that you have to do that. But I want to accommodate the mayor's request and to work cooperatively. So I guess, I'll just make a motion to go into executive session to discuss a personnel issue.
Can I receive a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion? Do I have some discussion from the audience?
Certainly. Next.
Jordan Whitener. So I take it the personnel issue is the combined position of Mr. Konjai. First and
Well,
foremost,
we didn't say that, but
you stated that early. You stated that earlier.
That
it
wasn't
was-
the form of the motion, no, but go ahead.
I think I'll speak for the community or a majority of the community, not everybody.
Well, I need to make, we're going in there to discuss the combined position.
Yeah.
Not him.
Okay, well,
But
that's
if you
fine.
want to infer from that we're discussing
Well,
Mr. Kojak, 'cause he holds
it
that
regards
position.
him, right? Because he's in both
Yeah, well,
positions.
I'm with you. Kind of to the mayor.
Here's where I'm at, okay? I've got 137 signatures of town residents off of change.org. And I have a folder floating around somewhere that has a handful more on it. I recall Mike Dimick was the high vote getter at elections with 126. So the people of this community agree that he's fulfilling both duties.
Didn't say he wasn't.
Okay, so then why are we even having a discussion about it? Making an ass of yourself, Ron. Thought you had an idea of moving the town forward, and that's why a majority of us had help voting you in, and you've done nothing but have concrete blocks to your feet.
Let's
I'm
point of order, please.
Members are protected too. They made
Would you like to go outside?
No.
I'm the one talking. Why are you giving in here?
No.
We might have to have a cop remove the guy.
That's a threat, by the way.
No,
It is a promise.
no.
Put it on record.
Let's everybody settle down. Let's settle down. Let's settle down. Call for a vote, go in executive session.
Is there more discussion?
Help, any more?
There's more people want to talk, Joe.
I have something to say.
I want to hear him myself.
We can, when we get to audience questions and stuff, everybody will have a chance to speak then.
That's fair.
I think that's what we better do right now.
Yeah.
And I appreciate everybody's thoughts, but I think that's where we better go with this.
Yeah.
Okay? No disrespect to anybody. I appreciate everybody coming here. But everybody will have a chance to talk, but I think that's when the appropriate time is. Thank you. Yes. All in favor to go in executive session on personnel issues, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you, 8:21.
Thank you.
And they're different breeds.
Have a motion to put us back in general session?
So moved.
Second,
Second?
any discussion? None being, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, unanimous, back in, 9:22, back in general session.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Chris, can you give a court report?
Excuse me.
Oh, whoa.
Library.
We have
Oh, excuse me.
my motion.
Oh, okay, excuse me. Have a motion coming out of the executive session.
Yeah, well, I didn't read the motion that I wanted to make before.
I'll ask for a motion. I'll ask for a
Can-
motion.
Well, you can,
I can ask for. a
according to Robert's Rules of Order, you can actually suspend the rules and allow me to stand up and give the explanation that I wanted to give before as far as the reason for the work session.
But Ron, do you,
And-
I can do that, but do you want to, you don't want to make a motion? Or do you want to?
Well, I didn't make one before,
during
did I?
discussion? If you made a motion, then we could have, during discussion, you could discuss it.
You lost me. Well,
See, do you want to amend a motion made earlier? What do we-
I did not read the motion I had. I didn't make a motion to go in executive session. We just asked for the session, right?
Okay,
So
okay.
I
Go ahead
would
and
like to
speak,
address-
Ron. Go ahead and speak.
I would.
You're
We're not talking about you, Mike. So I'll address the crowd here. Here's what's going on. The meeting that I requested, the special meeting, to everybody get on the same page, I had called the Wyoming Association of Municipalities and visited with Justin Schilling and told him, like, we have some problems here with the reorganization. Like, we need to get on the same page. And I asked him, I need to know how we're going to get on the same, get all this resolved without having this apparent pissing match, excuse me, that's going on now. And he suggested the best way to do that is to have a special meeting, which he would come to. And we discuss, roles, responsibilities, and how to get over this and that and everything to work together. Because it's obvious the town's divided, the council's divided. I misspoke. I should have never said that I'm addressing the white elephant in the room. It's not all going to be hugs and kisses. That set everything up for failure. I regret having ever said that, but I can't take it back. It's in the minutes, okay? So my purpose ultimately is to get that work session so that we can all figure out how to work together. Is that clear? Okay. The motions that I made or the questions that I had citing state statute, that's bullcrap. You should never have to argue amongst yourselves by what's your interpretation of Title 16, what's your interpretation of Title 15, and all that kind of stuff. And that proves the point I'm trying to make now. We need to get on the same page and work together. Okay? As far as the executive session, I had a motion that I wanted to make. Somehow or another, and I won't even go there, that got out in the public, and we know how rumors are and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to make a motion. I'm not going to make a motion on any of this stuff. If somebody else wants to, that's up to them. And what I'm hoping is that we can get to this work session. It'll be open to the public. I don't know if we can discuss whether or not we want a Zoom meeting. And we're not gonna reveal what went on in executive session or any of this kind of stuff. And I want to make it perfectly clear that we were discussing the position. And I'll make it perfectly clear that I have a personal issue with some things, but we were actually discussing the position. We weren't in there to fire Chris. But the appearance is that if you split the position, then essentially that's what you just did. And it's political sidestep. I want to make it clear. And I think Bo really wants to make it clear. I mean, I can't speak for him, but I think he's kind of over it. And the one thing that we all agree on is we need to work together, get this crap simmered down, and hopefully it doesn't boil over. Just simmer it down and do what's in the best interest of the community and everybody that's involved. And if you have a question to ask me, go for it, because then I'm going to shut up and sit down, because I used up my 3 minutes by a long shot. Does anybody have a question? Does that explain what you're, Jordan, does that help you explain what's going
I
on?
don't understand how our town's headed in the right direction. Now we just want to slam our foot down and keep it. I'm all for people in this room and up there having disagreements. If we're all in agreement, it's a problem. We should have some friction or there's an issue. But it's unfortunate the other personnel was let go for whatever reason, but that's irrelevant to the man that's in the position that he's in.
Yeah.
So there's no reason he should be.
Yes.
And it's unfortunate for those others. I'm sorry. I mean, losing a job sucks, but you know what? I think everybody here's probably lost a job at some point in their life.
Tell me about it. I sued a school district over it. Sorry.
Wow.
And I can't discuss what went on in there, but I agree with you. Your perception is your reality. The reality that some people have around this area is, I was voted into this office, not on my own merits. Some people voted to feel like, well, I was voted in here because I was going to overthrow the government. See what I'm saying? Some people have that perception, and that's their reality.
Let's move on.
But we're going to move on.
I would like to talk, I'd like to speak. I want this clarified. So what you're saying is that you're not looking at taking Chris's position either or. Because if you are, I want you to address the crowd and tell them.
Oh, I'm not even gonna make a motion to address it. To address whether or not to divide the
Because that's
position.
another big reason
Yeah.
on both sides why people are here.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna
And I
make a
just, I don't
motion
want to
for it.
sidestep any of this. I want to know, we're not going after Chris.
I'm not.
Well,
Yeah.
I interpret it as.
You guys live in Shoshoni, you know the rumor mill, for crying out loud.
So. Over here, are we, no, on this side, are we going after him? I want to know.
Right now,
No, not right now. Are we going after him?
that I cannot answer that.
That's what I want to hear.
So right now, I'm not going after him. No. I want to discuss in a future time the position. I want to address the position as Ron stated. That's what I need to discuss. And I haven't made that decision up yet. I see pros and cons of both ways. And hopefully this could be discussed in a week.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we could even discuss it more tonight.
Yeah.
I don't want to sidestep it. We need to know where people are standing.
So if we're all presenting, I feel like what was called for was talking about a position. If people are here because there was rumor to fire Chris, I think that's wrong, and that should be set aside. It's never come up in council to say, we're going to fire Chris Kojite. So when I got the random phone calls from people that said, are you guys going to fire Chris tonight? I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't engage in social media. People call and say, did you hear they talk bad about the council? That's people's right to do that. But for me, Mike Dimmick's perspective, we're talking about a position right now. So it has been brought up, we have one man fulfilling two jobs. So I'm looking from the perspective of, if we had two people doing two jobs, that's not saying dismiss Chris. I think that's what's the lack of communication. It's not saying it's going to be one or the other.
That is dismissing Chris if you're having him move there. Mike Dimmick, you run a company. Don't you serve more than one role?
Well, I wear a lot of hats because I'm the boss.
Okay.
He's a boss too, though.
Sure, but he's not CEO.
Okay.
No, I am.
That's right.
No, but if he's in a position and he's doing the job, it doesn't matter if he's in 3 jobs, as long as he's doing the job.
But what the audience needs to understand, when we're talking about, there's more things collectively, because a boss has to consider how many hours a person works, What are they doing? There's more things than just the feel good. We really like this person. And no one's not saying anything about his performance. That's the miscommunication. No one's up here saying Chris is doing a terrible job. So
Is Chris complaining how overworked he is and how it's a big mess? If there's not a consensus of he's being overworked, it's not fair to him.
Who's speaking? Please announce yourself, please.
Oh, Robin?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, as long as there's not a hardship, I don't see an issue. If it's an issue for the employee and they say, you can't do this to me because my position is, and now you want me to do, sidewalk over here. And I just think it's grossly unfair, and I think you should reconsider what you're trying to ask of me. And if that is not of a great concern, then everything here's moved.
The guy they brought in here left within a month.
Is that Jordan Whitener speaking?
Jordan Ryder speaking. The guy that came in here that was hired for the position before Chris was asked to serve a dual role, didn't even make it a month and left.
I'm gonna take,
we can't.
I'm gonna take one more comment and then we're gonna move on.
Nobody wants to be here, and the guy that does, we're gonna push him out.
Thanks. Jody, you got your hand up? Give
I
your,
guess my concern is, and this is what I'm looking at, just my opinion.
Well, you can address everybody.
Well, I am.
Look at me.
I'm addressing everybody. I don't see how he can work 80 hours a week if he's working 80 hours or 40 hours for the police department and he's working 40 hours for the town hall. If it's, well, it doesn't matter, whatever. 60-hour week, but whatever. Well, that's what I want to know is he working 40 hours for A and 40 hours for B? Or are you working 20 hours for, I'm just using numbers.
I'll let Chris respond and then we're gonna move
I'm
on.
just curious.
I've done this my whole life. I grew up as an 18-year-old soldier. I've worked more than 60 hours a week for 3 years of my life, day in, day out. You may not be able to do it, and that's okay. I can. I choose to. I love to.
I'm just curious.
I'm answering your question, okay? I choose to because I care. The job needs to be done. I'm going to do the job until it's done. That's how I'm born. That's how I was bred. That's in my heart. That's who I am.
I understand
And
that.
I understand that if you don't understand that because you're saying you understand it, but you don't.
7 days a week.
So do you,
If the job calls for me to work, no, let me finish. If the job calls for me to work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, I'll do it. If I need a break, if I'm too tired, I'll ask the mayor, hey, mayor, I need time off. I will visibly or audibly ask that request. I have not done so because the job needs to be done. And so but I don't have to work 80 hours a week. The deal was I work 60 hours a week. I'm salaried.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying that. I'm just asking what is it so that we can look at it and say, okay, is he doing this or that?
Let's move on. Let's move on.
I work 104 hours a week.
Please.
14-hour days.
Go ahead, give your clerk's report, please.
Excuse me. We have another item under, new business.
Oh, we got one more item? Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
Oh, okay.
Advertise.
I have a question.
Okay.
Are we going to advertise for a new librarian? Or is it going to be filled in-house? That's my question.
Right now, it's, part-time librarian was a part-time job only.
I'm aware of that.
And we have someone, part-time temporary filling in. We haven't, I guess, Chris, we haven't came to the conclusion if we're going to advertise and advertise for another part-time employee or exactly what. This just happened very recently.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So
I'm just asking, what is the governing body's desire? Should we advertise? Should we just say, pigeonhole this money and say, let the part-time temporary employee continue as librarian and save this money and roll it over to next budget year? Or
if the governing body would prefer to advertise that, we'll, I'll entertain the look at that options, but I believe we gotta, for part-time position right now, we don't have to, we don't have a need to advertise because we have someone filling in doing both jobs part-time. So it hasn't became a necessity for we've had to do that.
So will this employee become a full-time benefit employee?
We don't
For
have
40 hours?
We don't have the benefits for that at this time. The budget at this time, to my knowledge, to do that. So that's not, right now, that's not in the works at presently.
For some reason, I thought the person worked 40 hours a week, they receive benefits.
Would you like to address that, Chris?
It's on a temporary basis, which her position currently is.
Okay, because it's a temporary. Okay.
Correct. And
That clarifies it.
yes. Yeah, we're not, and that's where we're at with this. So I guess instead of doing a knee-jerk reaction and doing that, we're working within the system, and we'll.
Okay.
And that's our intent.
So my position is then not to fill this position at all and just roll this money over to next year's budget. And then we look at it.
Mr. Zach, can you speak?
And
up a
then-
little bit, please?
My position is, not to advertise at all and just have this temporary part-time person work in the library and roll the money from the library's wages into next year's budget and look at it that time and say, what do we want to do with the library? And we hope that gives us approximately 3 months to make that decision.
Are we, I guess we're still discussing this issue. You haven't made a motion, did you?
I haven't made a motion at all. I'm just expressing.
Okay,
my
so we're
opinion.
still in discussion then. My thoughts that we don't want to close the library.
I didn't say that.
We would like to keep the library going and I would have to look at our funding and see what we should do with that. I would maybe suggest that we, Chris, we had a little discussion. Why don't you bring that up? I'll let you bring it up.
If the council would like to entertain the ability to advertise for a librarian and get the applications, that would be good as well. But being that our current employee is paid out of the funding from town hall, and she's being dual purposed over there, and she's working out of the library as well as doing her functions that she was doing here, which is archiving and scanning of documents in between patrons, as well as getting the library cleaned up. That allows the remaining funds from the payroll side that we could reinvest in the library and maybe bring some more services, equipment, utilities, whatever in there into the building for this budget year, and then reapproach the subject during the budget session, how that's going to be handled after July 1st. That would give the library a fresh injection of cash to be able to get more books, get more technology, get whatever the library needs for projects, things of that nature. And
Chris brought this up to me earlier. That's why I wanted him to.
Can I ask a question?
Present it.
Can I ask? It's okay.
Yeah, we're in discussion.
Yeah, I have to ask.
We're in discussion about the library.
So I wasn't here when that position came about. Is it archive? Is what they're doing, or what you're doing is archiving things? Okay, that wasn't on a grant or anything. Like those funds aren't going to expire, are they?
No.
Okay. Yeah. My fear was they expire and then.
So
she's been committed job. We've been promised a job to her and then have to.
I'll briefly catch up the funding aspect.
Yeah,
so
I'm just good with that.
Her funding was reimbursed through COVID.
Okay.
And so the town initially had her part-time, 20 hours a week. And then with COVID, we were able to get that money back, and then she was expanded, the budget allowed for it to be 40 hours through June 30th.
Temporary job.
Okay.
Temporary position through June 30th. And then with her working in the library, she's already budgeted in for 40 hours a week through the general administration side of town hall. So since town hall or the library falls under the town clerk now, I was able to shift her over there to fill in as librarian initially to supplement the hours of 32 hours a week. And we just discovered that she can do the work over there. So to expand more hours for the library to be open for betterment of the community on Saturdays mainly is where that extra 8 hours comes in, which is why it's 40 hours, and she can do it from there through June 30th. And in the meantime, we can use the funding that was also deemed that I can transfer it from personnel into expenditures and be able to get equipment and things to that nature. And that's.
Well, you see, my concern was that if there was some special thing and then we ran out of money and then we have to say bye. I don't want to do that.
It would be,
yeah,
when we get into the budget session. So
Sure.
right now, that's where it's at.
Thank you.
So I was contacted a couple of days ago from a community member. They had asked me if there's going to be a library position available. They were interested in applying for it. And all that I had told them was the best I can tell you is to come to town hall.
And that's with Councilman Zent, that's what I was saying is that if the council deems it wishes it to be advertised, that I would get the advertisement out there and we can start doing that process as well. And it's just options for what, do we do it now since it's close to the end of the budget, or do we wait, or how do we start fresh July 1st? That's the council's choice on how to proceed with that. I'm just giving out options to consider.
It would be nice to know if we had a line of 10 people that said, oh, I really want to be the librarian and I'm super qualified. It would be a different discussion. We don't have 10 applications at the moment, but if it's about being fair, if there was people that wanted to apply, can you do both? Can you leave it as is and say, we're accepting applications and
applications we hold for a year. So there's no definitive hire date, even if we went down that process, but we would have time to advertise and collect applications and open it up, correct? Or it could stay closed internal. We don't have to open it up since we have internal controls that we can utilize, but that's how we wish to proceed on that aspect of it.
I don't know if we could make a motion. I think it would be interesting for the council, interesting for the community if there was if it was formalized, we're taking letters of interest. If people wanted to apply, so they didn't feel like, oh, the council made this decision, I can't take a chance at it. If we just said, if anybody wants to apply for it, it's no guarantees, but come visit with you and say, I'd be interested if this position comes open in 3 months from now, or if something happens and she needs to take a different position, you'd have a backup
And correct. And we can absolutely do that with or without advertising.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think with budget coming up here, we'll get into that conversation a lot more earnest and have where we're at, and council can decide what the final product's going to look like.
Oh, yeah.
Any more discussion? If none, we'll move on. Is that the last one on new business? Make sure I'm not missing something.
Oh, I was asked to bring something up. I forgot. Where we're at on the road grader.
Speak up, Ron, we can't hear you.
Oh, I was asked to bring up something and I forgot. I was asked to bring up where we're at on the road grader. Because we were going to play let's make a deal, so to speak, with one that was for sale.
I can respond to that on my mayor's report.
Oh, cool.
That's old business. We'll just sort of move that in there.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Good question.
Clerk's report.
Oh, man, he just gave it.
They gave a lot of it. But it was brought up, so it had to get brought up, you know?
Hey, shares, nice. So talk about grants just real briefly. Can everybody? Can't hear me? Okay. Current grants that we have been working on have been finalized and closed with the exception of the final payment for the SLIP grant, which was related to the sidewalk tap project. We have one final payment received from them reimbursement, and then all our current grants, active grants, will be finalized and closed out. Talking with Buddy, we are going to pursue a green grant with the Public Works Department, which would give us assistance in meter replacement and radio reads, which will assist in the replacement of all the meters in town. Currently, our water meters are outdated and they're not compatible with radio reads, which is part of the water study and kind of piggybacks off of that. And so we're going to try and get a green grant. I'm not sure what the percentage will be in the end, but that will help pay for those to be replaced. And hopefully in the near future, I'll have a better status on that, but that's the next grant we're currently working on. I also have information on the sewer project grant through the Wyoming Business Council for the West Sewer expansion. That grant would be a 95.5 matching grant. The submission would follow the PER and be submitted to Wyoming Business Council in June, hopefully. So 95.5, that could or could not include the Maple Street, depending on how the PER shows up and all that aspects. I don't have all the details on that, but that 95.5 would be for the West Sewer expansion.
Can I expand on that just a little?
Sure.
Just it's $1 million. If it's $1 million project, it could be that would cost the town $50,000. We'd have $950,000 grant. The $20,000 we spent for the PER, approximately $20,000, that would go towards our $50,000. So we get to use that and that's sort of what I explained. The only thing didn't know we were going to qualify for a 95%. I tried to get the state nailed down before we had our last council meeting. I didn't get that information till after, you know. So, but we were definitely told we qualify for 95%. We also brought up, as Chris said, the Maple Street. The last estimate in 2015 was over 600,000. I think maybe 660. That's one of the reasons that hasn't been done. And that SLIB money is why Mayor Peters stopped doing that, was 50-50 money. So we had an estimate it could be cost near $800,000. So it would cost the town of Shoshoni $400,000 in matching money. If we can tie this into the 95.5 instead of 400,000, it'll cost us 40,000 to do that. So tying it through economic development allows us to do that. And even without going to rural development, which offered to help some too, but this is better, doing it all in one spot. So, and I just want to just touch bases on that.
And the next part, I didn't put on the actual, because I don't have an exact update yet, but to touch on the difference with this grant and the phase 3 aspect of things. That's where we're working with a 50-50 stacked onto a USDA grant, matching grant. So the combined effect would be around 75-25 to finish that, maybe a little bit more, depending on how much they give us based on our economic impact. And they can give us some cash bonuses there that can kick it up a little bit. But that would be the phase 3 that has been talked about, right, separate from this. And that's the only available grants for that project that we can get above 50-50 is stacking it with a federal grant to be able to do that. So that's what we're currently, and that PER will actually help with that process because that's also required to be able to apply for the USDA grant. So it's a dual purpose, that PER, on both sides. But I didn't put it on there because I don't have an update beyond just that information, but I felt that they are two separate things. They are being worked on simultaneously. So it is omitted off of here, but it is being worked on. Kind of already touched on the budget planning. I'm going to begin forecasting for fiscal year 22 here in the next month, and we'll probably have a couple workshops depending on when council wants to have those. They will be open to the public and start that process probably in April. Hopefully get a better head start this year than we did last year and move into that. And like I did with my police report last time, I'll give a quick brief 2020 summary. I know a lot of people can read it, but I'll go ahead and read it anyway. 2020 obviously was a challenging year with many unknowns. It was exacerbated by an audit. It's still in its final prong of being finished, which will be made public in about 1 to 2 weeks. So everybody will have an opportunity to read that. But I was also confronted with a lack of institutional knowledge. There was a void in town hall where there was not a lot of backstory to a lot of questions I had to be able to go through a process. You don't have a lineage and you're trying to figure out A, B, C. Well, you start off at G and where does it connect? And you don't have that institutional knowledge. So that was a huge roadblock, which I've been gaining while in the process of going through the budgeting, which I had 3 weeks to prepare last time. In the middle of COVID, uncertain revenues, and there's a lot of missing and incorrect information from the previous year that was also being dealt with. But despite these challenges, the model that was presented and has been implemented successfully ensures the town of Shoshoni was well positioned to respond and adjust in a highly dynamic financial picture while simultaneously moving forward with projects to improve the lives of the citizens of Shoshoni. To date, our Wildstar balance, which is what represents the town of Shoshoni's available cash, it's a liquid asset account, so it can be moved seamlessly from general fund back into savings. That balance currently stands at $1,417,871. And just put that in perspective, in June of 2011, the savings balance was $332,078. 20 was $918,024. So that was a balance increase in cash savings over an 8-year period of $585,946 over 8 years. Our current balance represents an increase of $499,846 in 8 months. That's with everything that's been going on in town. Our cash reserves in the general fund account is sufficient to support the town of Shoshoni's expense through the end of the year if we were not to receive any further income of any kind from now until June 30th. That's what we have currently in our general fund available, separate from our savings account, that we could pay all our bills for the end of the year. So suffice to say, we are well positioned. This was possible through proper fiscal management, forward-looking and leveraging of grants, which enabled the town of Shoshoni to move forward with all the project and acquisitions over the previous 8 months while simultaneously increasing our fiscal security. And just to put this in further perspective, if Riverton's per capita savings rate equaled what Shoshoni's is, they would have $23,635 in savings. Cheyenne would have $138,941 in savings. The state of Wyoming would have $1,264,741 in savings if they had the savings rate that the town of Shoshoni has. Put this another way, that if I had the ability to, and council could, we could issue a check to every man, woman, and child, not household, every man, woman, and child in Shoshoni for $2,181, just out of our savings account. I don't think council is going to do that.
Oh, I just made the motion, but it wasn't very loud.
Unless, so, can you take a check? Okay.
You're not going to lower it to 1,400, are you?
So I don't have the exact numbers of where we stand statewide ranking wise, but I would say Shoshoni's in the top 5 statewide for our fiscal security and where we're at. And with COVID and all the uncertainties, I think that the decisions by councils in the past and the staff in Shoshoni, works crew, working with what they have to work with, have done an outstanding job in making a lot of that possible. And I'll just touch on the library briefly. As I said, the library hours, originally they were set prior to some changes, but so we had announced it. And so I'm not going to renege on what was already previously announced a few weeks back before some staffing changes. But the library is still Tuesday through Saturday, 10 to 6. We'll take a look at alternative hours scheduled based upon activities and demand. So that is a fluid situation as far as what that's going to be. A lot of it's going to be driven by feedback from the community. What do we need to do different? The library is currently being organized and decorated. Activities planned in the near future include sewing, jewelry making, leather work, looking at doing a projector movie day. Several have expressed interest in learning how to sew, and the library has received 2 sewing machines that have been donated. We also purchased a coffee machine for town hall, but we can all walk down to the library and get our coffee. So it was put over there to try and give some kind of a service to people when they come into the library. So you can get a cappuccino, fresh ground coffee, espresso. Just talking, I mean, I don't know how she's making it, but I hear she knows how to make coffee.
She does.
So the mayor will be at the library from 10 to 6, Tuesday through Saturday, drinking coffee. But having a little seating room, plan to try it out, designed to allow for some of the older kids, high school kids, possibly to come in and utilize the Wi-Fi while sitting down having a coffee here in Shoshoni. Since we don't have a coffee shop, we don't have a Starbucks in Shoshoni, it's the closest thing we can get. So we're going to try that out, and hopefully we get some interest and just see how it goes, both in the morning and throughout the day. She does have some gourmet coffee, which was donated, and possibly look to expand other options and hours of availability depending on feedback and usage. I'm also going to reach out to the Shoshoni schools and see if they'll help with a survey for the students there, K through 12, and ask for what events, activities, and product offerings that we could offer from the library that would be interest to have the kids from Shoshoni High School or Shoshoni schools in general want to come to the library, utilize the resources in the library. What would they like to see in the library that would give them a reason to come there? And those are some of the things that we'll hopefully have a survey on the next 2 weeks that I can present, and we can actually take a look at what can we do to make it better, and what makes sense economically and what makes sense for the citizens of the town. And I will also publish all that online and have copies of that survey here in person in town hall to pick up, and I'll announce that online as well in the next 2 weeks. And as far as the numbers we had for the library, just a quick note, the adult patrons using the library, the number is 75 because people that were coming in prior, if I came in there, I was being counted as a patron. If the mayor came in 3 times, he would be counted as a patron. If the mailman showed up, he was a patron. If Buddy, Mike, and Jamie showed up to fix a light bulb, there was 3 patrons. The numbers weren't reflective of actual patrons utilizing the library. So that is going to be reflected accurately for people actually utilizing the services of the library, not just town employees or people that are delivering services and things of that nature. So it'll be a count of usage, not people coming through the door, essentially.
Will that count the new coffee machine?
Touche, sir.
Good point. Good point.
That is a library service.
It is now.
But I feel that having a true count of the actual people utilizing the library is the only way we can actually have a verified way of judging if it's successful or not.
And not every time the door opens.
Correct.
Yes.
As you can see, 14 children visited the library, 18 used the computer, 16 was story time. Ambrose Peters, I know, brought her kids over for story time. And I believe Melissa did it last Wednesday.
Yeah, there is 6 and 2 adults.
So total library usage was 123.
Melissa, excuse me. Could you stand up and introduce yourself to everybody?
I'm Melissa Franklin, the temporary librarian. I don't know where I stand right now, but I live in Riverton, kind of sort of between here and Riverton, so I drive in every day.
Thank you.
Anything else?
You make good coffee.
Yeah.
She does make good coffee.
And a little secret, I retired at
Put it in the evaluation.
so.
One new library card. doing a count of the finances, we had $388.71. That includes donations of equipment that were priced at $50. That was removed as previously discussed. And I did touch on the other items on here as far as the upcoming events that are being planned, like leatherworking, sewing, and some other aspects. One thing of note, though, is there is a large amount of fees of unreturned books. And so Melissa's going to go through that. A $5 book that hasn't been returned for 2 years has a $230 late fee. I'm not really sure that is. I wouldn't go back to that library. That's all I'm saying. So we're going to get that returned. It just needs to be inputted in the book value and maxed out for that. And obviously that just needs to be totaled up because it's kind of hard to reconcile that number when you have all this outstanding fines, but they're not, it's 200 times the value of the property. I mean, and so that's all I have for my clerk/library report.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh, Joey had a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I got a question. Is with that count for patronage being used, does that include people coming in for the visitor center, Chris? Or is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's anyone that's coming for the visitor center or any, just not, what I was trying to say is if I come in there to tell Melissa, hey, Melissa, I need you to come down to town hall when you get a moment. I'm not a patron.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to separate that out.
I wondered if you were counting those folks coming in, because sometimes they just come in and.
Grab a literature. Or,
Yeah.
No, she's counting all those.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
My question is.
Jordan?
Can you speak up?
My question is for you, Mike Dimick. With the town or the library, is there any way we're gonna make a connection with the county libraries? I know that was on the table at one time, but was being away from the current librarian, is my understanding, from a few council meetings back. Now that that direction has been changed, are we gonna be able to get on board with the county libraries as the county had addressed and wanted to put us on board, but whatever reason it didn't happen?
That's a great question.
Is that me or?
Is that me? I don't know that answer.
I like the question, though.
So
That's what I've been wondering.
I should have touched on that. I'm going to get with they're splitting the administrator of the county library system up right now. So it's kind of a weird dynamic they have going on. But I plan on getting with them this week and finding out what it would take for Shoshoni to be in that system. And I don't know if we have to pay something to be in it. I don't have the answer, but I'm going to find out the answer, and I plan to have that report included as well here, hopefully by the next council meeting. And if it is something, the council can act on, maybe we can get in. Maybe it doesn't cost anything. I don't have the answer, but that is being looked at on how we do it.
I just want to say something. So would that be if they were connected together, if I would to take out a book in Riverton and I could return it here and then somehow they'd give it back to?
Yeah, I believe they do like a sharing system where you can utilize that. So you don't have to go all the way to Riverton. You can get it right here in Shoshoni. And
they would order it for us if we wanted it?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well,
But it may take a little work to
oh, yeah.
get there. That's,
It's not that simple, but it's.
not that simple. And if it costs the county money,
they're not going to pay it.
So I mean, but Chris is saying, he plans to research that and look at and see what options.
But it was an option for us at one time. It was just an option that wasn't followed upon.
Well, to be honest, the county pulled that from the town of Shoshoni. The county pulled that.
Do we know why?
It was, I think, funding. We had a new librarian, county librarian. I think they were looking at funding.
I sort of have a rough
Okay.
deal. I went and met with the county librarian with Wanda, and I wasn't happy with the way she treated Shoshoni, the county librarian. So but we never fought to try to get it. Wanda, I think, felt it was, there was too much work and we could do fine without it. And, and I'm not gonna make a promise we can get in that. It may cost us money. It may have to be a dollar and cent deal, how we can work with them. But we will do that again, huh?
Well, that could be kind of like volunteers, like I have a meeting every Tuesday in Riverton, and I could volunteer to transfer books like on a Tuesday.
Sure, yeah.
So you might have other people that have regular, runs in and, if you advertise, if you could get something going like that, I could volunteer to do something like that 1 day a week. You might find other people in the community that would be willing to do that as well. And so the transfer of books would not cost anybody anything if you could get the volunteers to do that.
I will have an answer to that at the latest by the next council meeting. And I'll make sure I disseminate that to all the council members. So when they get questioned, they'll have an answer to give everyone
Because
else.
I would volunteer and I would do it on every Tuesday. So like if somebody ordered books, they know on Tuesday, if they were here, I could take them back to Riverton, and the ones that they ordered from Riverton could come here. You could probably get a couple people that have regular dealings in Riverton and go every week at a certain time.
It's an option.
Yeah.
It's something to think about.
I think we're committed to try to provide better service for the community. We just gotta
Modernize that library.
need to modernize. There's a lot of things we need to do, but we're gonna work towards that and see who we can partner with.
Have
Make it
you
better.
looked into electronic checkout? I know they do it in California because my son set me up with it. You get a library card and then they have electronic books that they check out to you and you're allowed to keep them for like 3 weeks.
Sure.
At the end of 3 weeks, it expires and then another person, it's free. It doesn't cost anything to the patron, but.
You're talking more like a virtual library type.
Pardon?
You're talking more like a virtual.
library.
That's another thing that I'm looking at.
Are
Other
the
options
people
as well.
watching us, so they hear people sitting in the audience speaking?
Especially if you're traveling.
I haven't heard any complaints
Okay.
yet.
Here again, I'm not following what I'm supposed to. We're supposed to speak up here, so if the people are listening, if they may not be able to hear, we all got mics here. Anyway, go ahead. Any more on that? Any more questions for Chris? Melissa, good job, both of you. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Oops.
What did we forget?
Well, we tabled an item.
And didn't vote on it?
No, tabled the item about the community room. To get some
Oh,
more
yeah,
information.
that
Can
was
we just,
supposed to be
how
on
do we like,
I was gonna bring it up in the,
in the mayor's?
yeah.
Okay, I was just
Yeah, I
gonna
was
just
gonna bring that-
put it
I was
off a
gonna-
month.
I'm gonna
you
bring
know.
that up then.
I'm with you.
Yeah, that's my intent. So we're ready to go on to the round table. Mike, do you have anything that you'd like to bring?
I'm good.
You sure?
I'm good.
Okay. Bob, do you have anything you'd like to comment on?
Not at this time.
I'm gonna hate to ask, but Ron.
Let's put it to a vote. You all heard enough from me? That's what I thought. I have nothing to
No,
say.
Ron. Do you have anything else you would like to bring?
No, because you're gonna address
Okay.
the
Councilman Weaver, do you have anything you would like to address?
Yes, I do. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for showing up. You guys make a difference. Please stay involved. If you can't make it to a meeting, watch it on YouTube. Don't take people's perspectives on a meeting on how it went. That's how these rumors get started. They've got to be stopped. I've got business cards right up there with my name. Call me whenever you want on anything. We need to stay involved. I want to tell you guys, thank you for showing up. To our business owners for showing up. thank you for showing up. Stay involved. We want your business. We want to see you guys grow and keep building and just keep doing what you do. And we need more. I really am so glad to see you guys show up. This was an important thing. To our young residents, we got young people in here tonight that are involved. I think that is absolutely awesome. That's the future of this town. We need to have them going. There was other things that were going on tonight where had to do with our attorney. I can't go in deep details on that, but I can say I will keep everybody informed on how that is going, because I myself think our attorney is doing an awesome job. I can flat out tell you, I have had tons of conversations with him at his house, over here, on the phone, and he has never charged us one nickel. He does a fabulous job. He cares. He's got ties here. He's got 3 homes here. He was even working on our signs for the town. Most attorneys would be like, they're just here for the money. He's not doing that. He truly cares. He's a different sort of folk. I'll be one of those guys to say it. I mean, I'm not really used to people talking like how he talks, but he truly means well. I've got, like I said, I've got a couple of things here. I'll keep you guys informed on Chris and how everything keeps going with him during our budget meetings and everything. I want to make sure Chris is safe. A lot of people are here for him, and I applaud you for coming here. I will keep you guys informed, flat out, but you guys have to look for it. I mean, I'll put it on the internet. I'll do whatever it takes. If you guys have questions, please take cards. I want to work with this council more than anything. One of the big issues I've had with this council, and I'm saying this now because you guys are here, you want to hear what the heck's going on, so I'm here to tell you. All I have had from this council is negativity. They have not come with one thing positive towards our town. If they come one thing positive, then I want to hear it. I don't want to hear, let's stop looking at houses. Let's stop the project, especially when we voted on buying the dang property. I want to hear progress. I want to see this town grow. I want more people coming in. If they come at me with an idea, I'm not going to sit there and say, I don't want to hear it. That wasn't my idea. I could care less whose idea it is. I want this town to keep moving forward. People have gotten mad at me for how I stood my ground on this, but when I ran, I said, I want changes. I want to clean this town up. We need to move this town forward. We've got traffic. We've got good people. Let's grow. I don't want to be stagnant and say, well, we saved millions of dollars, but we didn't do a damn thing, but look at our accounts. I want to grow. I want changes. The kids want it. You know, I mean, we got kids here. That's how important these changes are. That's all I got. But it's just like I said, please stay informed with our town. Don't listen to people going out saying, you're not going to believe what happened there, because they're spewing a bunch of crap. And I'm tired of it. Come down here. If you want to see financials, if you want to see what money we spend here, come down here and show it to you. Don't listen to someone going, they're at it again. They're evil. They want to kick out the seniors at the senior center and get rid of our fire department. You know, it gets old. Or make phone calls to employees' bosses trying to get them in trouble for working here when they have another job. I know damn well who did it, but I'm not going to say their name. But yeah, we had someone go after one of our town employees. A livelihood, a family man. How low is that? And that needs to be known. That is low. And I hope he knows who I'm talking about, because I know who did it. We need to stop. We just need to stop. We want this town to grow. So let's make it grow. I'm willing to work with you guys. I'm not here to fight you. I'm not, but I want to grow. I don't want to stop. We've gotten all this done. We've gotten all this done. Look at our account. Grant writers right there. We need them. Look at all the dang money. Look at all the stuff that we've gotten, and look at our accounts. Look at the previous years. how much money we had in the accounts. How many changes were done? People tried, yes, but we're doing it. It's getting done. Please keep fighting. We need support because there is people in town and they have every right to feel and vote the way they want. Absolutely, God bless them. But there's people in town that don't want any change. They want it to stay exactly how it is. I mean, exactly. I've had people tell me I don't want sidewalks because I want to shovel snow off of them. It's a true story.
Yeah, that's over by our house. We live on a corner, both sides.
You know, I'm sure there's lots of kids in town that would love to do it for $10, I'm sure.
Right to the school.
But let's just, like I said, I want to work with them. I do. I got nothing against them. I just want to make sure whatever we do is towards the town and we keep pushing it forward. I don't want to hear gibberish over here, gibberish over here. Come talk to us. And I'll leave it at that because I'm going to keep gibbering on about it because I've been up since 3:30 in the morning because I've been so upset over this. Flat out. Yesterday was 4. I called up Chris. Same thing. I don't want to fight. I didn't, when I did this, I wasn't even looking at doing it. I was asked. People told me, if you try and make change, once that change starts happening, they're going to come out with their freaking claws. They're right. I just told them the other day, they were right. They come out with their claws and they dig in. Well, I'm digging in back. My ears are pinned back. I'm going to fight for the town, but I need the town's help. Thank you.
Can I add one little thing to that since I passed? Joel?
Please do. You can respond.
Well, I passed. I agree with 99.9% of what Councilman Weaver just said. You could probably guess that 1% is like nothing but negativity. Well, that's his perception and he can have that. I support that. He has that. But I'll let you know when I came in, I'm very legalistic, and anybody that knows me or worked with me, right, Bob, knows that I'm realistic to a fault, or legalistic. And what I perceived as missteps in procedure, I address those because whether it's misguided or not, I perceive that as a dumpster fire to be put out. Okay, and I apologize to you all if interpreted that as me and going head hunting or trying to be negative about everything. And I'll just let it go at that. But Bo makes some darn good points there. And I think from the workshop that I spoke about that we're finally on the same page. So
I agree.
Yeah.
On the workshop.
Negative. Oh gosh, we've got comments from the audience.
Is it my turn? Yeah. One thing I'd like to, our last meeting we talked about and it was brought up, the Church of Christ offered to rent the community room 4 nights a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and and pay $1,000 a month. They requested those nights. It was brought up that there was 3 Saturdays last year that was used on. 2 of them were annual events, one being the rabbit hunt and the other one being Shoshoni days. I talked with the Church of Christ and they said they would make other arrangements for those days, but they'd like to move on. And that was brought up by Mike asking if I'd ask that, and I did. They're still willing to pay the town $1,000 a month to rent that. They're doing it. They're using it right now without paying the town anything because we allow people, as we have, the farmers market, and they're using it quite a bit still, but they're on Friday. There's no conflict there. But they're still willing to enter into agreement for a year at $1,000 a month.
Is there a way that they can maybe accommodate? I know you say it's not utilized much on Saturday, but occasionally from the community, if they were to want to use it on Saturday, be booked. Is there a way that maybe they would be able to utilize it through the week where it won't be utilized by the community?
No,
Saturday is probably going to be the day that the community would want to use it.
Well, it was last year, it was used 3 Saturdays.
And I totally get what you're saying, but.
It was 3 Saturdays last year.
Excuse me. I've had people talk to me about this a lot. Over a dozen people, I'd say. And the data that you gave us was correct. But they asked the question is, was it correct or was it skewed? Because last year we had COVID. How many things were shut down?
Oh.
So was that data, I'm not arguing with their data. I'm saying, was it skewed as a 1-year anomaly?
That's fair. I could get,
Yeah,
I could go back to
so
previous year. and
that's
see
the
and
question
compare. I could do that.
that they asked me.
I didn't think
And I
about
said,
that.
I don't know. People also, and they also brought up and said, no, 3 days a week, Saturday's one what most people want to use that center. And majority of them said, 4 days is just flat too many. That's the input I got from my people I talked to.
But it's, the time is 4 hours, 5 to 9.
And how many activities?
5 a.m.
No, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m.
on Saturday.
on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturday.
Is there a way they could accommodate the time on Saturday? Because I just think that for a community standpoint, I think it would be utilized probably in the 12 o'clock noon range to the greater end of the day. The reason I mention that is like Saturday, Sunday, I know when I was in high school, we used it for a graduation party, decorated it Sunday evening, used it Sunday after we graduated, after we graduated from it. So I get that it ain't been used as much, but I sure would hope the community would have.
I think the graduation parties are held at the school now. No?
Not family.
Just let them rent it and write up the contract where it says if you give them 2 weeks notice, they can't use it that Saturday.
There you go.
Have some type of pre-agreement.
I sure bring it to them. They're probably willing to work with that.
I think another way to look at it also is from what I looked, when I was researching it, they could basically come in and reserve those days right now for the year. There's nothing stopping them. And then they don't even give the town the money. They could come in right now and say, we want it these days for the rest of the year. We couldn't stop it because there's nothing there.
Good idea to let them utilize it. I just think the Saturday.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that, but.
And I don't think it'd be
I
every
think-
Saturday, so I like his idea of,
Yeah, I'm just saying that they don't have to give the town the 10 grand and they know that. They just want, or whatever, the 12 grand. They just try and.
They want to contribute to the town.
That's all I'm trying to say. Because they could get the building without even giving a nickel.
I get that. I just think the Saturday would be the day that the community would want, Saturday, Sunday would be the day the community would be. I know they haven't utilized it, but we can't be negative.
Nope.
We gotta be positive.
Absolutely.
Maybe they will use it.
Oh, I'll sure bring it to them.
Nice, good questions.
That was just a question. Yeah.
I didn't even think of that.
And we'll also look at what was the year before without COVID. See if we can get a real number.
Correct.
No, that usually doesn't happen.
I know.
Yeah, it's, no, we'll look into the year before and see if there was more Saturday uses and try to get
Does city also manage the rec center?
No, we do not.
Who manages that county?
No, Shoshoni Rec District. But if building's also available and COVID gets broke, senior center has been used for many events also. It's not like it's the only place that we can hold an event also.
There's certain events that people would hold at the community room, but they would not hold at the senior center. There's different types of events.
Mhm. And there's, because of the kitchen, there's some events there, but not many in the evening. We have breakfast with Santa and those morning stuff like that, but it's early. They're actually just trying to help the community and provide themselves a place. We'll do two things. We'll look at past years, see if we can tie that down, and I'll talk to the church and see what they work on with some notice. Please.
Cliff Valentine, I was just wondering, like, we cruise around town. There's a couple of churches here that aren't even open.
That's because of COVID. A
What's
lot
that?
of that's
Is that
COVID.
what it is?
Yeah.
Because if they're not being used, they can use those.
One's already been approached.
Okay. All right.
Good question.
No, yeah, that was brought up last meeting though, too. Yeah. But yeah, it's one, I know one has already been approached.
Oh, yeah.
Pat?
Somebody suggested the other day that maybe Walker's Bake Shop would be available to.
That would be a perfect place, Joe. They have all kinds of parking, it's their own building.
Well, I think the benefits to the town being able to make some money.
It's winterized, there's no plumbing.
At the end of the day, the town
Oh,
business-
right, break.
When he winterized it when he left. Sean.
It'd be $1,000 a month for the town, and the town, it's a nice, clean facility. They keep it clean, they leave it clean. They're happy.
So it'd be like a lease agreement or something like that?
Yeah, something like a
So
a
you
lease
could
agreement
define
for a year.
The guidelines for use of,
Yes,
and it would be
For
something
4
legal
hours.
and official.
yeah, that's what they ask. Okay, I'll move on then. There's others, I'm pretty upset the way the council went after Perry Marple. I am. Got a burr under my saddle. We gotta talk about this. Councilman Zent, you've been after Perry before he was even appointed an attorney. There was all sorts of rumors and stuff. I asked for proof that Perry did wrong things, illegal things, there was all sorts of rumors. I asked for proof. It was never given. And it was, several people spread those rumors around.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
I could have given that proof to you in an executive session, but I was told to leave. That's it, my comment.
You weren't the only one that was asked to give proof. There was, at least 3 other women that had a committee that was anti-Perry, and no one ever gave any proof. And you sure could have found a time. Someone could have found a time to give us some proof. If there was any proof on that was Perry did any illegal thing, that should have been brought up. And if you still got that proof, you should bring it. But there was also then he fought against his selection. Okay, after he's selected, Perry, when we went through the selection period, Kathy Blair, for one, was, almost kidnapped and trying to get her to vote against Perry Marple. She asked for proof, and no one gave her any proof. They were saying Perry did this, Perry did that. No one ever gave. Kathy conserved really hard, but she finally voted in bringing Perry on to select Perry as our town attorney. because no proof was given to her to prove any of the accusations that was made. And, I don't know if Bo had people tell him the same thing, but I do know Kathy did. And it was that, and you voted against him then, and you voted against him last time, and you have that reason, and that's fine, but I just don't see no proof of why this is going on. I do believe you really tried to hamstring him on what we did, pay an attorney very closely, go over his bills. It's Skip Horniker. You tried to reduce what we pay him. There again, that's Skip Horniker is doing one heck of a job. But these are some biases from early on that it appears to me that you haven't given up on. Try to work on this. The sidewalk he put in, there's a difference of opinion of how pleasing to the eye or how it looks or what it is, but it was perfectly legal. And I applaud anybody that wants to put a sidewalk up, which in the right of way, which everybody can do, because I think it helps our town look better. It's a good thing, but it just seems to me you have a vendetta against Perry. I can say when Perry was interviewed, he's working at a reduced rate, and agreed upon, which is considerably less. He's far less than anybody else. I know the council is pretty fast to jump on the lowest priced engineering firm when we did our for our PER, and I don't disagree with that. We had one that we selected we thought was maybe better qualified, but I'm sure all four were qualified to do the job, and that's fine. But there again, Perry was that much less than other attorneys, and why he did that. He owns property in town. He actually cares about this town. He tries to do what's right for the town, and that's his motive. And that's actually his motive. He wants to do good. I just feel that the council, we should stop that vendetta against someone that's doing such a good job for the town and is trying to do a good job with his best interest is the community. That's important. That's his best interest. The other attorneys we interviewed, I've never got that feel from any of them that would be their goal. I don't know. Ron.
Yeah.
It's you'd said you changed.
Well, you're free to voice your opinion, but I just busted my butt to try to explain to these folks that we're going to get on the same page through a work session, and sitting here and criticizing each other, I think is counterproductive. The proof you seek is in the executive session records and sealed and only allowed if they're opened by the order of the judge. That's your answer. And I am aware of what those allegations were. And I don't even want to go down that because that's past history. Is that not correct, Bob?
Yes.
That's correct. They're sealed. It'll take a judge to release them. Now, go ahead, give me a shot, and I'm still going to stand by my commitment to resolve everything at the lowest possible level.
And try to work for the betterment of the town.
Yeah,
regardless
and I
of
know
whose
where
idea.
I know where you're headed there, and your perception is I BS'd you.
I'm hoping you're real.
Well, that is your perception.
Well,
And you have good reason to feel that way.
Well, it seems to me that you're going down similar
Yep,
road as in the past.
yep.
And we had a conversation about that but you're just going down the same road.
Yeah,
You know,
I get
sort
it.
of the same steps like you went after Mayor Peters. We had a disagreement on the rifle range. And,
that's all
but I
history.
think that's worked out okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
That's
it's,
what I'm
well,
Yeah.
we are, but that's,
And I'm
but this is
supporting
history.
his opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I'm supporting his opinion.
I want to
'cause
remark
that's his
on that.
perception. We'll get her knocked
No,
out,
it's,
Joe.
you know, and I want to like to say, anybody, it brings an idea, good idea, I'll support it. Jordan brought a good idea about a basketball court. Now, no one can say that me and Jordan were buddies. Me and him had shouting matches, one or two, did not really agree on it, but he came up with a good idea. And not only did we support it, we expanded on it. The council, last count, we expanded on it and built a park. But he brought a good idea that basketball court was needed. And so, if Bob come up with a good idea, lights, Pine Street, California Street, we're working on that. I don't care if me and Bob don't have to like each other. Ron, me and you don't have to like each other. Me and Bo don't like each other. But if anybody's got a good idea, I will support it.
I agree. Best idea wins.
I will support it. But some of this stuff just
Went sideways.
Everything, but some of it just needs to be brought out in the open.
Yeah.
If, like I said, we just try to work for the betterment of the town, regardless. We don't like each other. We just need to move on.
That might even change.
Well, you never know. You never know. That's all I got to say.
Mayor, would you please address the new employee you just hired in the police department?
Pardon?
I was told that you hired sworn a police officer.
Chris?
Yeah, part-time officer that I talked about at the last meeting.
Well, community should know about it. Who this guy is, what his name is, what.
Well, I guess I
transparency that we're trying to get through when we're not doing it.
I think you did, Bob.
Did you?
Yeah, when you said the part-time for Chapel or whoever, I was guessing. Oh, yeah.
Name.
Yeah.
Jeff Leaf Green.
Oh, okay.
We'll be working 1 to 2 days a week while Andrew's at the academy, as I discussed at our last council meeting that I was going to bring one on. So Chapel, unfortunately, is not available right now. I know everybody likes his mustache and his cowboy hat. He does have a horse. He requested that I let him patrol on horseback, and I wasn't sure how that was going to go. But
I think there's a stock trailer for sale too.
But Jeff inquired. He's already certified. He's been an officer for 12 years, so it's made sense. And I've known him for 4 years.
Is he working in another department now?
And he works in Lander.
Works in Lander?
He did.
Or he did, or he
did,
still
yeah.
does?
No, he did.
Oh, I thought maybe.
Yeah, he's reserved at the sheriff's office right now. He has his own business. He does home installation and some basic construction stuff on the side. And so just keep his certification and agree to come work for 2 days a week or so. Help us out until Andrew gets out of the academy. I apologize.
I think people need to know who he is. Thank you.
Comments from the audience? Is that where we're at?
Oh, no, we're going to catch hell.
Roger.
I'm Roger Baker. I have some questions for Bob. I just want to know what your motive is for the attacks you've made on my family.
I'm not sure who your family is. Would you clarify that, please?
Well, I figured you'd say that. Since we were down here about a little over a year ago trying to get a business license from the town, you sent Gary Weiss over to our neighbors' houses telling them not to sign our variance paper.
I informed him of the legal process.
He came over to our neighbor's house and said, do not sign their variance paper, which turned out that we didn't even need it, which I was already a step ahead of you anyway. I already had everybody sign it. And
Well, very sure. Let him answer that.
And just here recently, you tried to take steps to get my wife kicked off the rec board.
I did not take that name, your wife's name. I suggested to the mayor to add a different person.
What's the difference?
Well, there's more than one person that the town puts on the rec board. That's the difference.
Well, so you could have been talking about her.
I could have.
Yeah, you could have. So all I have to say is, as a council member, you should not be going after my family like that.
I was not. I was trying
And
to-
you were, though.
Thank you for your comment. If you feel that way, that's your perception.
I don't understand how I just feel that way when you sent people over to our neighbors' houses to get them to tell them not to sign our variance paper.
I told Mr. Wise at that time that I thought that your zone, I did not know the zoning. I was mistaken on the zoning, which is R3, which means you can have your business. That in order to have a variance change from an R1, I thought it was an R1, to an R3, to have that, the community, the neighbors within a block had to sign a petition saying, yes, you may. That same thing happens when people want to apply for chickens.
Okay, which I did that.
Okay, so
But why would you send somebody over and then 2 minutes later they come over and tell me that they were over there telling them not to sign our variance paper?
I did not say that. I said, this is the process.
It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me, but now the town knows
Thank you.
that, what you've done. So
Thank you.
Any more comments from the audience? We can talk about the grader yet. We're still looking for a grader. We haven't found one in the budget that we have to work with. Any questions about the grader?
Well, I was wondering if there's.
Pardon?
Didn't you find one in Missoula? Or
We didn't find one in the budget that we have to work with. I repeat.
there's a lot of noise back here.
Yeah, we did not find one in the budget. We made an offer of the money we had available and it was turned down.
Is there any way to counter offer or whatever with money that's in the
If the
budget?
council gives me authorization to spend more money, there is.
Okay.
The council gave me a limit to
right.
spend, and I've been working in that limit, trying to find one.
Can we put that in our new business for the next meeting or something?
Sure can.
Yeah.
Let's get it going.
Yeah, we got a special meeting.
Can we do a special meeting? It's special. We need it.
I don't know. I think we can only talk about one subject on a special meeting.
No. If it's on the agenda, we can talk on it.
You can't talk about anything else.
Oh, we'll put it on the agenda.
So it's on the agenda.
I think Chris right.
This is the notice must state the time, place, and business to be transacted. So if it's on that agenda, we can discuss it.
Perfect. We're not kicking rocks on this.
Yeah.
Follow that?
Sorry, yeah.
I have to explain things to you.
Good question, buddy.
Anything else from the audience?
Yes, I'm a newcomer to Shoshoni, and I just want everyone to know that this mayor has done a great job the last couple of years. I had a talk with him in June, and he brought our little, what do you call it? Clinic down here, and he's doing what he said he was gonna do, and I appreciate you and everyone else on the council that has cleaned up this town. I have friends in Riverton who have noticed the difference and have made comments how good that the town's looking. And I have friends in Thermopolis that have said the same thing as they come through and do their shopping in Riverton. And I'm grateful that the town's being cleaned up. When I first moved here 5 years ago, I told everybody I lived in the dirtiest town in Wyoming because when I first moved here, this town was in pretty bad shape. For the last couple of years, like some great improvements, and I appreciate it.
It's been a lot of effort, not just the mayor.
Well, I know, but
It's been a lot of work.
I know, but I've seen the big difference since you took over in office the last couple of years, so that's what I'm based on. When I first moved here, nothing was being done, and it's nice that things are moving forward. And
Thank you.
cleaned up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything to say? Please go ahead.
Get up.
I would just like to take this opportunity to address, or not necessarily address, but or use this as an opportunity to start off on a clean slate, as opposed to just trying to attack each other and get at each other's necks. I hope that we can all just look forward and look to come together and actually unite and work to make change happen, work to be better. And I mean, I like to see the great things that have been happening in our community. Like, I mean, I'm a huge fan of the basketball court, getting kids involved, getting people around and doing something, because there's not a whole lot of things for kids to do around here. I mean, you have to drive 20 miles to go anywhere. I mean, that's just not a thing that should happen. And honestly, if we don't improve, we are at great risk at losing many of the things that we have built so far, or built so much to accomplish. I mean, for instance, we do have a new school, but I was just speaking with someone earlier today about this. I mean, how long is that going to last? If we continue to go down this path where we just stay stagnant and we just stay into a place where we become another truck stop, there is no reason for that school to be there. Everyone lives in this community is mostly around the Riverton area. I mean, it's just things like that. I mean, I would rather not see Shoshoni become what everyone thinks Shoshoni of. I'd rather see Shoshoni continue to grow, continue to be better, and allow people to have the opportunity to move ahead in life. I mean, for instance, like the town clerk position, the amount of money that we have saved this year, and ever since, I mean, my conflict of interest, I know, but my father stepped in. It's just unparalleled. I mean, he has a master's degree in public administration, so his primary job of being a chief of police, honestly, was not even his right path. I mean, it just kind of happened in a way. Don't take that as an insult. I'm just saying. I would just rather, I really just hope to see this council start to work together as opposed to just tabling everything indefinitely or things like that. I mean, we are on the right track. I mean, whether or not you think that we are moving at a quicker pace than you would expect, I mean, our fiscal responsibility is unmatched. I mean, we are in a good position to keep going. And I think it's better to keep going now so that we can bring in the opportunity to have economic development, to have the people come here and continue to be better. Okay, that's all.
Thank you for
remaining
positive.
One more thing. You mentioned the school. I'd like to bring up, we've talked about it, that the school, right now, Fremont County's got a big target on them.
Oh, man.
For consolidation of schools.
Big time.
If we continue our population trend of decreasing, where the point will be the balance where they say they figure the state can save money by start busing people to Riverton and close our schools. Just food for thought. We're trying to get more people to live here. We're trying to get younger people here. We're trying to get school teachers and hopefully have kids. That's another thing that could be at risk. And if we lost our school, that would be one heck of a blow to our community. I mean, so that's something.
We turn into Jefferson City.
Yep.
You know, if we go stagnant and if our population keeps declining like it has been, that's maybe a possibility because the legislators are looking at all sorts of ways of trying to save money. And Fremont County's had a target on their back for years, been able to dodge it, but and that could be a possibility. I don't know.
It's awfully late, but I'd like to add, I don't know if you heard me, I said, thank you for remaining positive. You give lessons? Okay. For those of you that were here the last time around when they did the consolidation effort in Fremont County, this is worse. The proposal this time is one school district per county. And of course, where's the central office going to be? And we'll be just like Midwest. We'll be the stick-headed, well, I almost said bastard child of, anyway, that's enough. You're going for one.
Any other comments? Please, Mike. Uh-oh, swinging a hammer too hard. What the heck?
Head surgery, so.
Oh, okay.
He said I wasn't a cop. That's what happens. My question for the chief of police or clerk. If I have a $50 car, you gonna give me a $100 fine if I'm speeding? He said something about the fines on the books aren't worth it. So that has nothing to do. Mike Norwood is my name. I am with Confidence Builders, building Bob Zent's house. We built the community, the concession stand at the school, as well as 2 duplexes, another house here, and we are in the process of starting another little place where we're going to be building 8 homes in this place, and then who knows where. I want to say thank you to the citizens of Shoshoni and how I have felt much support as we have done what we have tried to do to lift up and beautify by bringing in new homes and places for Shoshoni, and not just throwing together something. And the ones that I think we have already built, I think are very positive, and what we're going to be doing should be much more than even that, and what we're looking at. You say, well, you're just doing it for selfish gain. Sure. I mean, if I hope to retire, I am 63, and I told Tim, my partner, I said 7 years, I want to retire. I hope to be able to do that. So there will be some gain in there. But my gain is also that Shoshoni will be, and I have, somebody said they've had friends tell them, I was in Lander today talking to a doctor. She said, going through Shoshoni, she said, that place is really moving forward. And what a compliment from a Lander doctor. You know, they usually look way down on us, but that was a great compliment. I said, so, and there wasn't, they said that we looked for the houses that you're building, we didn't see them. So it wasn't anything we did. It was what the town was doing. So, but I have felt some kickback from someone in the governing body. That progress of what we're trying to do has been, in one of the council meetings, kind of poo-pooed of, so what? You know, I think, and thank you for your comments as a young person, let's put aside these differences, folks. Come in and let's try to do so everything for the good of this community. And I have told Joel, I've been in his offices. He came by my house when he was running for office, and he asked me to vote for him. I said, I don't know anything about you. And we talked and all, and I said, you may be worse than the other guy that was running. I told him that first time I met him. I said,
he's honest.
And I said, you don't want to ask me? I mean, I'll just tell you. And I said, but he's done. I think he's doing what he's asked or was elected to do, and he's doing a good job, I feel like.
I've looked at some things he's done, Joel. But he got the community on his heart. And I think it's good. Is he the best one? Probably not. But he is, and he is, and he is. And I've dealt, Brown's my neighbor, just 2 houses down. I'm working with Bob Zent for the last almost year now. I've known Mike Dimick I've done business with him, and I guess the only one is Bo, and I know where he lives, and we wave at each other but we don't need negativism. This is too small. Let's do our best. Let's, I think what Joel said, if you got a good idea, let's talk it out. But if you got a bad idea, go somewhere out there. There's lots of sagebrush out there, and just tell it all about it. Come back in town and just let's get along. Let's do what's good, and let's try. There's some ideas. Tim Davis is here, and I told him I got into this town. The worst guy you'll ever find in this town, the lowest of the low, is Tim Davis. I heard that. And then I met him. I hadn't met the guy. I was here for almost 2 years and never had met him. When we got together and we got to meet, I said, man, he's really a pretty good guy. He's a businessman. And, but we hear things, as you said, and we form opinions. And we have no idea what we're talking about. So I think this is a good idea, and I appreciate the council and what they're doing.
Well, Mike, I'd like to say, really appreciate the working with us on the admin building, making move forward on that. That was, and I know you're going to build some good homes down there. I mean, we really need that, and I hope that's needed. You're doing a great job. And Mike always said he always said he wanted to make some money, but he wanted to be good, not only for him, but for the town, which is important. You wanted to make it good, not only for yourself, but for the town.
I told Joel from the very beginning, I said, when we get done with everything that we're doing, when we got all the property, we ended up with the school property. Somebody asked me, do you own this and the library and the cop shop and no. What we own is the land. We got all the school administration, all the school property. We got it. No, no. Okay.
You said you own the cop shop? Because I got some complaints.
No. Well, somebody was asking me. Somebody was asking me. I said, no, we don't. We don't. We did not make a swap.
No.
The town bought our property outright. We had talked about a swap. We talked all kinds of things. I talked about bulldozing that building down when we first got it. And that, I'm glad it didn't happen and it's working out. But town bought that, and we bought what was the old Adams RV property from the town. You can go with the mayor's records, and you can, we sold our property at less than half of what it was appraised for. We paid more for our property that we bought than the going market. And we did that on purpose. We have, number one is Shoshoni first. We want to make money. I think we will. I hope we will. As you know, with COVID, lumber prices right now are at 1,200% of what they were in May.
Yeah.
I have to eat that. I can't always pass $20,000 on. So some of that begins to, okay. So, but we're still building. So.
Yep, thanks a lot. And like you said, we walk away and both of us are happy about the deal. It sounds like we both are.
You keep building.
Yeah, please keep building.
I didn't plan on doing this, but it sounds like I have to defend myself. So, I'd just like to say, as a business owner, that the past few years that that this town has taken this change, that it's been, as a business owner, really positive working with the past council and Joel and the staff and everybody. And I think that if there's been a kind of a change of tone and amongst you guys tonight that I saw, and if that can carry forward, I would like to think that you guys would be a pleasure to work with too. I just hope that you can get there. But you'll have to look past some things, and we all have to in these situations. And all I can say is I just hope that you guys can. But what you've got that I saw is that Joel works tirelessly at trying to acquire funding. And Chris has filled in and has been very instrumental and very important component of the success. And I think if you guys can put your arms around that and look at the big picture, because that's what's happened in this town in the last few years is the big picture was we got to get some money. And that has taken place. And everybody loves the change. Everybody's talking about it. And that makes people like me willing to spend money in this town. And if we get more people to move here, you as a businessman, you as a homeowner, everybody's property is going to go up in value. So we're all winners. And so if I could give a message tonight, that would be it, is let's be a team. It's not that hard. And you guys are all people that are very capable. And if you create a synergy and work together, it'll really show in this town. And I think that would be beneficial to all of us. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
Anybody else have something for the good of the community?
I dare one of you to adjourn.
If we have nothing better, any other comments from the audience, I want to make sure I give everybody a chance. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? None being. All in favor to close at what time? 11:04. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Noted it was a unanimous vote.